Hello and welcome to the very, very beautiful Swiss Alps here, ready for the Orienteering World Cup final. It's the third round out of 3, and quite unusually this time we start off with the relay. We'll have the men's first and then the women's competition. And over the last kind of couple of hours, as we've been up here at a height of about 1,900 meters, the cloud has steadily descended. We could see all the beautiful snowy tops of the mountains, but the cloud is descending, and if it keeps going like this, the rain has started as well, it could make for an even more tricky competition. We're kind of about the tree line, so we've got a mixture of vegetation, some open, some trees. We've had to get the cable car all the way up the mountain to get here, and it's going to provide very challenging, very steep slopes, like very typical Swiss alpine terrain that we will see throughout this competition. And the runners have made their way up the mountain to just kind of get ready in quarantine. Of course, we start off quite unusually, I think, with this relay. So we do have some runners kind of sitting this one out, maybe choosing some of those individual ones, but it's been playing games, just getting all their kit ready, getting all their warm layers on because it's quite cold up here, and just getting set ready for this competition. As I said, we're going to have the men's first, so teams of 3, and then the women's competition starts 2 hours later. So the quarantine has now closed. All the runners have made their way there, and we're going to now kind of discuss this men's race. It's going to be, I think, very tricky, especially on some of the descents. You can see the length is nearly 5 kilometers. The climb, though, you need to really watch out for the climb here, 280 meters. As you said, we have this beautiful arena here by this lake, but the rain has started. I hope there's still going to be lots of Swiss athletes who are there and ready to kind of see what they can see on this arena. But here we have the map. So Jonas, why don't you talk us through it?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. It's quite typical alpine terrain. This means it's very steep, and especially the controls in the downhills, in the slope, they are difficult. So we start into the slope straight away. It's the forest part of the course. We start with the forking, of course, as we often do in relays. So here we have the first TV control at control number 3, and then we go down here. It's a bit more open. You see the first part, it's a bit more bushy, and then we get here in this section where we have this control in the descent, and that makes it this difficult. And we expect of the forkings to be this one at control 6 and 7, the most difficult one, because it's easy to just follow others too far down in the slope, so we have to be really careful here. Control 8, another TV control. And then from control 8 to control 9, so the next control after this one, we will have a longer leg where we possibly will have different routes. So maybe they will, it's a lot of climbing here, so maybe there's an option to go up quite straight from the control. Usually, I think that's a good option, but usually it's a bit difficult to do when you just come from an uphill section. So I think that's not so bad here at control 8, but the climbing part here will be very decisive towards control 9. You see another TV control at control 10. So this one quite close to the arena passage. There's another forking coming at control 11, and then we go towards the finish area and the arena passage. You see it here. It's a control on a small kind of scene or stage in the water.
Is this kind of amphitheater that we're in right now? Yeah.
It's nothing you would expect here on 1,900 meters height. And then they have an arena passage and go into this last section. Quite a short loop here, but with another forking for the man at control 14. So I think this is a short loop here, and I mean the difficulty, the visibility is really good at this part here because it's open, as you said, it's above the tree line, kind of. So it's not the technical part, I think, that will be so difficult, especially here in this last part, but it's the physical part. We are on 1,900 meters above sea level, so oxygen in the air is lower, and it's a lot of climbing.
It really is. It really is a lot of climbing. You saw there 280 meters. Here is the start list then. And as is the case with the World Cup, many nations have several teams. A few nations have 3 teams. There's actually just under 50 runners making the start line today. But I mean, we should be looking right towards the top of that leaderboard for our favourites.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, we have kind of the same favourites for all of the relays throughout the year. But special today, there are quite many runners who choose to not run or not in the team, so it's different teams compared to the European champs. It's also the fact, you mentioned that before, that it's special to start the World Cup round with the relay, and it's the World Cup final. So many of the runners who are in the fight for the top positions in the World Cup, in the overall World Cup, they have decided to not run today, as Gustav Bergman, for example, for the Swedish team. So for the Swedish team, if we look at that one, we can see that actually no one from the first Swedish team from the European Championships is running today. But on the other hand, the first Swedish team didn't take the medal at the European Championships.
No, and
either.
Victor Svensk, who's that first leg for Sweden won, was part of that team that took the medal. So.
And he was third in on the first leg, so he's definitely one. I mean, it's the Swedish team. You can just replace the runners kind of randomly, and they're still good.
Okay, let's talk through the top 6 then. Will Gardner makes his first World Cup start of the season after kind of a year of illness and a bit of injury for him. So he's excited to be there. Jonas Hubacek will lead out the Czech team. Milos Nikodim and Thomas Krivda taking second and third leg on that team from the Czech Republic. Finland, we think there's been a bit of some bit of illness, bit of injury in the Finnish camp. Eetu Savolainen will lead them out. Then Topi Sirulainen and Olli Ojanho on the last leg. And then a pretty strong Swiss team, as we might expect. The new Swiss champion in the long distance, Daniel Hubman, will lead them out. You know, he's got so much experience running all around the world, but of course, especially on this terrain. He's won the overall World Cup 6 times. Then Norway, these are possibly our favourites. They're the same team that won the European Championships back in Estonia. Of course, a very, very different terrain to Estonia, but the team of Magni Daly, Kasper Fossa, Eskil Shinneberry, they're going to be so strong. Experienced relay runners. And from experience to less experience, Victor Svensk is going to lead them out, but we'll hand over to his brother Emil Svensk and Anton Johansson on the last leg. As we said, a few people missing from the Swedish team. Maybe it's a good time to mention no Matthias Kiberts here at all for the whole weekend for the Swiss team. You know, he would have maybe been one of the favourites, especially for some of those individual days, but he had a ligament injury on his foot a couple of weeks ago, and the Swiss team announced as long ago as a couple of weeks ago that he wouldn't have that ability to recover, that time needed to recover to be in the shape he wants to be in, ready for this World Cup final. Look, Kat Bern there for France. Here's a pretty good French team. You can also note in France too, Frédéric Tronchon is back orienteering. He's been out doing a lot of sky running and mountain running over the last few years. So if anybody's going to like all these uphills and downhills, I think it's going to be people like him. So maybe watch out for him on the start of the second team, but obviously just less orienteering for him in the last couple of years or so. So we count down then the last few seconds before the start, and those top 6 teams lining up on the front of this start line. There are just under 50 teams, and there they go, straight out down the slope, and they've got to kind of run through this arena on these slippy cobbles and make their way out to the start kite. So we've got Jonas Hubacek leading the way out for the Czech Republic, and then we've got Will Gardner in second there, and they all just go together. I think it's a bit of a race to the start point here. They descend out of this arena,
and it's interesting to see. If you look at this, the top favorite teams, they're not the one rushing out from the starting point. It's Czech Republic, Great Britain, and other teams. But you can see that maybe the teams that are more experienced in running good relays all the way, they keep a little bit behind. So you can have a better overview if you're in position 5 or 6, 7, 8, just to see where people go to different forkings. Of course, they don't know that the first control is forked, but
they'll have a pretty good guess.
Tell me the relay when we didn't have the first control forked. So it's always a big chance that this one is forked. And it's convenient to be a few meters behind, especially on this first leg. You don't have to decide the relay here towards the first control.
Yeah, so we already see Fredo Tranchon make his way up towards the kind of start of this pack, this first climb, and Daniel Hubman up there as well, Victor Svensk. So yeah, all of the main ones kind of up towards the front. You really at this point don't want to be having to try and overtake runners in the terrain. You maybe want to be having a bit of a clear line. If you're really one of the top ones, you want to be trying to attack this really hard. But you can see the pace from there doesn't look that quick.
Yeah, but the thing is also you could see that the visibility isn't too good because you have the trees, and I mean there's quite some distance between the trees, but they are very dense, so you can't see behind trees. Usually if you have leaf trees, you can just see kind of through, especially in fall season, but now it's very dense. If you have a tree in your way, you don't see anything behind, so you have to take that in account. It's kind of tricky because when you're running, you got the feeling that the visibility is good generally, but sometimes it blocks important part of your view, and then you have to be ready to just improvise a bit or look over things that you can't see and stuff like that. So it's a bit tricky, even though it looks as if you get the feeling that you have good visibility.
Yeah, but this bit is, you can see there's a lot of those vegetation screens there. There's it's all essentially one big slope. There's not too much contour detail to use, so you may be kind of trying to use some of the vegetation. As you can see, there's not very many vegetation boundaries yet, using the stones as well, using the boulders. But it's hard to tell whether anybody's actually made a mistake there.
But it's also, you shouldn't really do mistakes here because the different forkings, they're quite clear. It's not that you follow the same direction but have to control in different heights. So you have really different parts in the slope here. You can see a small loop there by, I guess it was Great Britain. But otherwise, even this one is just a few seconds. So I don't think it's too difficult to get to the right control here. So this is quite an easy start for the runners. But it's all about finding the right position in this first section here, and I think from control 3 to 4 it starts to be a bit more tricky because you don't have the help of the track anymore.
Yeah, there are those tracks you can use to read down. So we're going to be waiting, I think, at control number 3 then for the next group of runners. The first group of runners, we can see from the GPS tracking, there's obviously still in a big group, but we'll see who we can see first.
Second team, Simon Imar coming here.
Wow, he's made a big gap here.
And had a good race at the European Champs as well in the relay. Yeah, this is already kind of gap. You can see it here. It's the French team.
Look, Katherine, I think, first for the French team. This looks like Spanish team with Luis Nogueira.
Here is Hoopman.
There he is.
Here's Fabian Abersold for the Swiss third team.
Hungary up there as well. And the British team, there's Frédéric Tranchon. We have the Austrians and Latvians there, and now that big gap. But the attack then from Sweden too. Me.
I think everyone has this control, so the ones they must have overrun the control if they back out from here again.
Or are they going back up to the track and taking the track down?
But he wasn't punching the control yet, I think.
Oh, there was the Irish runner. That's a good spot.
Yeah, it was difficult to keep the overview here. But I think Norway 1 was quite far behind Magnadelli.
Yeah.
So must have done a mistake there. We can see it on the GPS here. So I think this one is live, so it won't jump forward again. So quite a big time loss here on the first 2 controls for Norway. And that's kind of a surprise to me because, as I said, the controls are quite clear apart from each other. You have different distances to run to the controls. So you must have... Yeah, it's hard if you don't get this good start and don't get a good feeling right from the start.
And how important is it for Magnadelli to be up amongst the pack of the faster runners at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to see the others, but maybe he can still spot a few of the runners. I mean, that's the advantage. If you do a mistake in the beginning, you have still runners in front of you, and you can kind of improve your position in the pack. But you can see also here that the gaps are already quite big, and you can see the visibility here is good. But then if you have those small trees in your way and you're really looking for a feature, I mean, at this part it's very open, and you can also see on the map that it's the most open area of the course. But the trees are really, really blocking your view.
So I think that was control 5 towards control number 6 as well. So we saw the leaders, Sweden 2 and France, I think, there. And then this one is a lot more spread here, so maybe some more mistakes. I know you were talking about this being the most difficult part of the course.
I mean, I don't know if it's the most difficult part because it's very open and it's the visibility is good. You could see it on the pictures before, but it's the most tricky forking because now you follow into the same direction, but you have different heights of the where the controls are located, and this is the most difficult thing. You have to really be sure about your direction and the height level your control is at. And as soon as you lose contact to the map a little bit, it's tempting to follow others to kind of have an indication at least. But then there's a risk that you get to the wrong control. So I think this is the most difficult forking. And that's what I said before. I mean, the visibility is here is quite good, but I mean, you still have to kind of go up and down, and sometimes you have to adjust your height, your position a little bit, and just be sure. I mean, it's hard to see. You see very many details on the map and contours, but it's not that easy to see them in the terrain, and everything looks kind of the same.
Yeah, when everything looks the same, you've got a key, then you've got to really be on your A game with all aspects of your orienteering.
I mean, it feels as if Norway is losing more and more time. Vidali here, he has to go to the C option, so that's good direction at least.
These must be our leaders then. So it looks like Loic Katherine and
Simone Mark.
Yep.
Now you can see that they're looking around for the controls, or at least Loic Katherine is doing that. And I mean, the French team, they have quite a strong team here. Loic Katherine, if they can kind of be in the group, the first leg here, I mean, he's doing very good. Seems to feel comfortable in this kind of terrain. And Quentin Moulet and Mathieu Perrin, he was very strong at the European Champs on the third leg, had the 5th best time there, and just a few weeks ago. So he seems to be in great shape. You can see there's a wire.
Yeah, so this is, they're just crossing now on one of the few actual vegetation boundaries that's marked on here. They're going to be crossing, in fact, they're crossing underneath the
cable car.
And was that Sweden 1?
The first Swedish team, yeah.
Yep, Vita Svensk in there too.
We can see on the GPS, we can see different approaches here. You can see that those teams, they are most likely to go down on a path and attack from below.
That is a lot of climbing there.
Yeah, but it's also, sometimes it's very easy to then to attack the control because you don't have to do the work with the height. So you can just go there and then go straight up, and the control usually is very easy. But as you say, and I talked about this before when you looked at the map, control 8 to 9 will be a lot of climbing. And of course, when you come from below and you have to keep on going with the climbing, that's a tough one. So it's very good to save those 25 meters climbing there. But at the same time, you can see here that even the Swedish team, they are dropping a little bit. They're not really on the height there. You can see Norway, they're going down.
Was that a mistake for Norway as well?
I mean, at the control, yeah. But then he was heading straight down to the path, and I think that's quite good. Do you see they get a little bit below here?
So these are the leaders then. This is control number 8.
Yeah, must be Norway's second team. France. Is it Finland? Yes, indeed. But not the first team. It's Czech Republic, it's Germany.
Yeah, that's the first team for the Czech Republic. You're going to see the Czech.
Erik Döhler just recently moved to Switzerland, so maybe a bit of an advantage there.
There's Daniel Hubman.
And Sweden also there, Viktor Svensk and Fred Tranchant. See many teams together here.
Yeah, and it may
But
have
did
we
we
seen
see-
the leaders?
I
Did we
don't
see
think
I don't
so.
think we've seen
No.
the leaders. I think they made a gap. They've still got that gap.
Thomas Kuriger changed nation recently, just before this race here, from Switzerland to the US. So there we can see from 8 to 9 it's the long control, and you can see that there are a few route choices here. My guess would be that they go straight up here as we have the blue line, because you have to do the climbing anyway. You have to go up on
And then
this
a lot
height.
you can be in the bright yellow open, you know.
Exactly. And I mean, of course, yeah, it's a lot of climbing there, but you see those, okay, you can use the track there to get through this valley, but then this part there where you have to climb up in kind of this valley around this, it's usually in the valleys, it's not a good runnability, so you try to avoid that and get through that as fast as possible. But I think also especially the first part section from the street to this small track there on the red route is maybe not the best, and it's also the third option, in my opinion, not as good as the one where you climb directly and then you have quite an easy entrance to the control.
Yeah, my thought is that most will climb, most will do the blue route. Even if it's slightly more climb, it's very easy to kind of see as well, and then you have a lot of kind of flatter running across the top. And there's been a lot of running in the slope, you know, when you need to have one leg shorter than the other to really use that. And I think we can see this kind of confirmed by a lot of these teams we can see here. Again, look, maybe Finland one has dropped back at this point, very close to Norway there.
They are about 1 minute behind this group with Viktor Svensk, but I don't think they are the leaders, so
No.
I think we have a GPS device, or they might not be working on the two leaders, unfortunately. But maybe we'll get a glimpse when they come up here.
Yeah, we'll see them at the arena really, really shortly. But
We also
I mean,
have
you
a
can
TV
just
control at 10. So
we do exactly, and I think you can just imagine what it's like to be climbing up all of those contours on this particular climb.
And I mean, you know that the climbing is tough usually when you have this. It's around 150 meters to climb here only on this control. And I mean, the climbing is tough just on normal height, but here we are almost on 2,000 meters above sea level, and this makes really an impact.
Yeah, there's less than 20%. So there's more than 20% less oxygen than at sea level. And what does that actually do to a runner?
You know, it's kind of strange because often you don't really feel. I mean, you think you don't feel it, but you often feel that you have a bad day. It's like it gives you the feeling that, oh, it's not my day. My shape is not on top, but actually it's the height. So you have to be aware of that fact and kind of ignore it, because it will be more or less the same for everyone. Of course, there are runners who can handle it a little bit better. Maybe they are used to the height, or their bodies have less problems adapting. But it gives you that feeling that, oh, this is a tough day today.
Yeah, and what you've got to do mentally there is go, well, everybody else is having exactly the same bad day.
But the problem here, it can be a problem or an advantage. You have the other runners around you. So if there's anyone who is really good in up and running, can really destroy the others,
Yeah, that can be very painful.
their motivation, because it's very painful here. But we don't know. I mean, the first leg, you don't have to make this big difference yet. So maybe they just agree on not running too fast.
I think we may, from our vantage point, see the first runners up to the top of the hill
I see
now.
a Swedish kid there, but I don't know if it's
there's someone running just behind the slide, and I'm not sure if it's the French guy. It's hard. It's really, really hard.
I think
to
it
tell
was a
if we can
Swedish
see
kid, but I'm
someone.
not sure.
Okay.
I mean, we are talking about like 200 meters.
Yeah, we're trying to look out from our vantage point to see as they come kind of above the tree line and on the flatter section. And I feel like some of them might be getting towards the top. Let's have a check though, those standings, leg 2, and looks not sure where the French team is. I'm not really sure we can...
No,
I'm not sure what's going on there, to be honest. Let's have a look at what's happening to the Danish team. Emil Øbro, though. Let's see what went wrong for him. We assume it's something wrong because he's been singled out.
That's the thing I was talking about. I mean, it's when you get down a little bit too far towards your control, it's so hard to relocate at this section. It looks very clear here on the map, but when you're out there, it's the same kind of vegetation on like everywhere, and the contours, they look clear here, but it's hard to see them when it's so steep.
And do you think he went back to the previous control?
Because I don't think he went back to his own control. He went to another forking back.
Yeah.
I think he was just not having any clue about where he was at that point.
Yeah,
Here
we can see more of the runners now, and here we are.
See Imark, I guess, but he's all alone.
He is all alone, and he's heading across, I think, towards the 9th control, I think, first.
Yeah, so maybe he had a different route choice there by Löggebern, because it would surprise me if it would have made such a big difference.
Yeah, let's have a look on this tracking. We can see him heading towards control number 9, and Sweden and Switzerland made a gap.
Yeah, the tail is almost a minute. So, yeah, it's almost a minute of an advantage here. That's a very, very impressive start. Start, yeah.
Well, yeah,
so far.
race so far. And
you
I
can
think
see the others there behind. So this is Imark, yes, indeed. Be interesting to see if we also get Löggebern into the picture, maybe from a different direction. Doesn't look like this, so now he has to enter this more bushy area first.
Yeah, by the stone.
I guess we are close to control 10 here, where we'll have the TV control later on. And you can see as soon as it gets into this kind of valleys, into this more steep thing, it gets more bushy. But you can see the...
You can see the control. I was going to say this might be some tough navigating if it's tucked behind the bush, but you can see it pretty easily.
I mean, we can see it from the camera position. It's hard to say if the
That's true.
lets him see it early, but it's open where the control is, so it's not a very difficult control.
Okay, let's have another look.
There. Least.
France 2 we've got on this one. Fredo Tranchant has caught up a little bit, as you might expect with his fantastic mountain running skills. But Switzerland 1, Sweden 1, all up there as well.
You don't have Norway on the screen here. I mean, it's... Here we have the second Norwegian team, and Hoopman and Victor Svensk.
It's Erik Langedal Breivik for the second Norwegian team.
So we have Erik Döhler for Germany, and here we have the leader again, Simon Imark, in the picture. The clear leader. Now you can see how big the lead is actually. You can see all the other teams getting a bit too low here, or just avoiding a few of the meters to climb.
Yeah, well, he actually comes a long way off the straight line actually to get into that control, but it might be a good tactic.
Yeah, I mean, he can run around few of the meters to climb here.
But he's looking really good, and he'll have got that feedback about how far ahead he is. The others will have got that feedback about how far behind they are.
But they might see that it's not the first Swedish team, even though I mean the Swedish team. You've seen that at the European Champs. It doesn't really matter if it's the first or the second team.
Here's Hoopman though. Remember, he's in a team with Florian Hovald and Joey Hadorn. There's Frederick Tranchant as well. I'm not sure what he was doing there. Here's Katherine now. So in that group. There is the team Breivik as well. And
Ebersol, the third Swiss team. Yeah, and it would be interesting to see where Katherine lost the time there, if it was a different route choice or if he did a small mistake towards control 8.
But look at that gap, 51 seconds there.
See how steep it is there. It's like the mountain goats in the walls.
And Victor Svensk, then the first Swedish team there as well.
You can also see that it's not, I mean, sometimes where Hoopman is at the moment, it's very good runnability, but when it's very steep, you get these small terraces from the cows when they are there. So they kind of make these tracks, and it's quite uneven, so it's not so convenient to run there. It's not so fast. It's kind of a coordination problem. It's hard to read the map at the same time.
Yeah, you really get a sense of this through here, the little kind of bushy parts of undergrowth. It's a few rocks underfoot as well, not loads, but enough to kind of do the bit annoying.
It's on the really steep parts where it really gets to be a small of a challenge to read the map at the same time. I mean, here you could almost play golf in this part of the course.
Almost. So here our leader Simon Imark is having to do a little bit of climbing now. You can see him really on the GPS. He's actually completely contouring around. He could head a little bit further up, and he's going to be through our arena very, very shortly.
And the gap was 51 seconds before at control 10. So let's see if the others might get a bit closer. I mean, now there is a chance that they can spot him in this section, or I mean, they have seen him, but now it's very open. They can push hard just to get in contact. Of course, for him it's a bit harder because he's all alone. The others can push each other.
Is it harder to pace at this kind of altitude, or just hard to pace a relay anyway?
I think it's more of a relay problem, not the altitude. I mean, the altitude is the same for everyone. If you, as an individual, feel that it's very hard for you to pace here or to run fast, it can be a problem. But I think otherwise, the behavior in the group is not affected very much.
Well, Simon Imark has made a fantastic start to this relay. He punches this control out on the pontoon. It's because it's wobbling a little bit. We'll go back out and then run right the way around in front of the spectators who are braving the rain and the cold here in these mountains. But we know the Swiss spectators are always really good. Remember, he is in a team with Isaac von Krusenpuerner and Max Petterbeimer, both of whom ended up winning those European championships. So a strong second and third leg runner. And
if you look at this now, you can see that Hoopman and Tronchon, they are together.
Yeah, Hoopman is just a little bit ahead of Tronchon.
So Svensk a bit low in the hill here if you look at the GPS.
But they've had to make a little bit more climb, and now you have to try not to do some collisions after this control. And I said, look out for Tronchon. He has such good kind of physical shape, especially suited to this kind of terrain with all of the mountain running stuff. And it looks like his orienteering is not too bad either.
But still, I mean, if you know about his ability to run fast in the mountains with a lot of climbing, you can see how good Hoopman's shape must be. Because then, as soon as the orienteering kicks in as well, I mean, he is very strong in this part, has opened a gap between himself and Tronchon, and now we got Victor Svensk to the arena passage. It's a small gap now.
There is a small gap now with these two. Two have made a gap. This is fourth place then for Victor Svensk.
And I mean, this is very important now. Switzerland, they know, of course, that there is a gap towards Sweden, and Hoopman tries now to push very hard in order to get this gap growing. Haven't had Norway there, the first team yet.
No.
Eyes open here. I see him coming here towards the controls in about 15 seconds. I think we'll see him.
Yeah, there's a much bigger group here with Luis Noguera from Spain leading that group.
The gap now is almost 2 minutes, of course, to compare to Simon Imark, but it's 1:20 compared to Hoopman and Tronchon. Erik Dühler lost a bit of time here for Germany, was in this group just behind the leader.
British runners look like they're about to come through. We've got Will Gardner, I think, just punching the spectator control. Johnny Crickmore, I think, is on a mixed team. He's just about to come through as well.
Here we have this last loop and the last forking as well at control 14. It's only 2 different controls because on the last leg there is no forking at this point.
As they would all expect, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, we have been surprised at the European champs about the forkings in the end and the relay. So no forking here at this last loop.
And a little bit more climb, but this, you know, as you said before when we were talking through the course, we know there's a lot better visibility here.
I mean, this is open here. You see the semi-open on the map. It's kind of a bushy part. And here you can see how that's a part we were talking about, the mountain goats here. It's very, very steep. And it's a kind of challenge. Yeah, you can go up there. It's tracking up.
Oh!
Here's like leap off here. You can almost, if you want to save up, you have to climb up there and stay in the grass because, of course, you have better grip in the grassy part.
Okay, I think we're back with our leader now. Looks like he's gone quite high into control 14.
And you can see this control from far away already. And that's, I mean, this is this semi-open part. You can see when you see the map, it's bushy, but the visibility is just, I mean, there's nothing in your way. You can just run. It was actually not the control for E-Mark, but you can see that now here it's important that you lift your head and look ahead, and then you try to take the features almost behind the control to navigate with. It can help you a lot with the direction. You can see Hoopman in the picture now as well. My feeling is that it's not 40 seconds anymore. It's a very good first leg here for Daniel Hoopman. He struggled at the European champs. If you look back, he missed the first control, and then the gap was open. And team was never able to close it again. So much better start here for the Swiss team. But of course, I mean, this kind of terrain...
I mean, we'd expect the Swiss to have something of a home advantage, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's... there are many different kind of terrains in Switzerland, but every Swiss runner competes several times every year in this kind of terrain. So Alpine terrain is nothing special for them. They've done that before, and you can see now that
this
there's a mistake by
It's a mistake from
Mark.
Sweden too.
You could see him on the screen going too far to the right.
Oh, has he realised yet? I think he has. Oh, and now how to relocate from here and make sure you're on the right level.
He might see the others, as we saw before. I mean, the visibility here is good.
Yeah.
See there, he has realised it. Hoopman has punched the control. You can see Tranchon climbing up the... He lost... I think he lost the map or something there. Had to turn back. Oh, problems there for E-Mark. But yeah, you can see, I mean, this is they don't know that it's not forked there on this last controls. Otherwise, you could just kind of... I mean, otherwise it would have been a risk for Hoopman to follow a little bit more towards the direction of E-Mark, but very good control taking there by the experienced Swiss runner.
And Daniel Hoopman, I mean, I keep expecting him to retire, and he keeps not retiring. I mean, he just keeps going. And
there are the world champs coming.
Well, I know. I was going to say it's going to be a big motivation. I wonder if I have no intelligence to say anything for or against the case, but I wonder if something that, you know, that might be his last race. That might be a big aim for him. But it really certainly is impressive to see how long a career he's had at such a high level, and the motivation that you have to keep training at that level is just incredibly impressive.
And I mean, you can see he's still going very strong. So I mean, if you only look to performance-wise, there's actually no reason to retire.
No.
But I mean, of course, he has been here many years, and this World Championships 2023 very close to the area we are at here. That's for sure a motivation, and then we will see after that. There might be a chance that there are a few runners in the Swiss team retiring after this competitions next year.
Yeah, definitely. And for this like 16 to 17, is it mostly about pretty much staying on the line?
Oh, I mean, this one is a typical example for open area orienteering. It looks a bit tricky on the map, or you get the feeling that you have to navigate. But you see the finish area, you see the houses, you can look ahead, you see everything, you see the cable car line there just before the control. We see the poles from them, so you can navigate with that, and that helps you a lot. But of course, you have to notice and know about those features that help you orienteering in this kind of terrain.
But you can look up and it's much easier to keep a line.
There's also another cable car behind the control, and you can use that one of the poles there to navigate and get the height with, so you get many indications from when the visibility is that good. Orienteering is really easy.
Yeah, you can tick off things like that boulder that we just saw Daniel Hubman run past, and now he's gonna kind of going down into this slope. Kept quite high, I think, and now dropping down. And you can see this lighter colour, the brighter colour of yellow. It's the more open type of yellow, and it's just super easy runnability. You can see that's where we are.
Now we see this cable car, and you see very soon you see another pole there, and this helps you very much with navigation, because from there you get a very...
I'm sure he'll have been looking at this pole and wanting to go just underneath it.
And you have to go underneath, and you can take direction from there, and you can see how easy it is.
And at this point, you might see the control. There we go.
Yeah.
You can.
So that's what I meant before. And it's easy to think that maybe in other parts you have to kind of... you can do the same, but as soon as you have trees in your way, it's much more difficult. We also see that Norway is choosing another route there.
They've gone up and stayed all the way along the path, has Magne Daly, but from kind of looking like he was way back in the pack earlier on, he's managed to, well, maybe not drop any more time, shall we say.
Gap was 1 minute and 20 seconds at the arena passage. I don't think it's 1 minute and 20 anymore, but maybe a minute. Here we have Hopman, the leader.
Here we go. Hubman has had a fantastic run. It's gone exactly the way he would have hoped to kick off this home World Cup. Of course, he'll be wanting to aim high for the individual races later this weekend, but he's done exactly what he needed to do and is going to hand over then to Florian Hovald, who will be given a fairly decent lead. He'll had some idea of what exactly is going on. And then we have Imark as well, going to hand over to Isaac von Krusenfuerner. We also had France, handing over from Fredo Tronchon, handing over to Guillaume Elias, and then now in third place, Imark, who had such a big lead, well over a minute, I think, at the arena passage, now handing over, and Magne Daly has managed to catch up then, I think. So,
good final part here by Magne Daly. He was really in trouble there in the beginning, almost 2 minutes behind, and now I think the gap is about 40 seconds. So good second part here of Magne Daly.
Yeah, really strong second part, and he was going to hand over to Kasper Fosse. Here is the second Norwegian team. So Erik Langdal Breivik will hand over to Gaute Steva. And there's another big group coming through here at this point. So the second Norwegian team through. This looks like Fabian Abersold, who had such a great World University Championships as well, handing over.
Jonas Soldini.
And there was Victor Svensk handing over to brother Emil Svensk. So that's the first Swedish team.
And the gap there, it's quite big time difference there. Let's see, 1 minute and 17 seconds. Of course, there's still a chance to get back with a minute or two behind. We've seen that with Magne Daly.
Italian team up there along as well. So to the Belgian team, I think it must be Yannick Michels, who was on the first leg for the Belgian team. And a lot of satisfied runners there at the start. Yeah, just taking out their GPS trackers and having the debrief all smiles there for Fredo Tranchant. And the French team have got to be happy, really happy with their first two legs.
They would be even more happy if it would have been the first team coming in there as the second.
It's tricky to select. I mean, with Tranchant, you know, he hasn't done as much orienteering. Maybe it's a bit more of a risk, but you know that his mountain running is so fantastic. So for me, that would be quite a hard one to pick, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, more of the teams handing over now. Austria, another one of the Swiss teams, a third Swiss team. And as we look, we'll look ahead very shortly to some of the second leg runners. Let's have a look. Oh, actually, let's replay then what happens at the end of this first leg.
Yeah, you can see there that Imark didn't really have the direction. The control was a bit hidden in the grass there, so you couldn't see it from below. I think he thought that you would see it when you come from below. But then, very good. I mean, it was quite a good reaction by him. He came to this two nose there and he just turned direction because he noticed that. You can see it here. Two runners, Imark going too far to the right there. Hoopman taking an extra look at the map, checking direction.
And obviously he didn't know whether there was any forking or not on this control, but even though you could see the runner in front, he had to be really careful not to, to do his own orienteering at that point.
And you can see here now we're live again. It seems that Norway has a great start here on the second leg. Kasper Fosse, maybe not that unexpected. A bit shaky here, it seems, from Switzerland with the A option. Maybe that C is quite a good option to have here in the beginning because you have the closest first control and then you can drop down to the path and take the second control. But, I mean, no really visible mistake by Switzerland. But
small mistake from Sweden too. Is it from Krusenferne? It's going kind of back a little bit. Some hesitation here from Norway now. So I don't know if this is a mistake actually from Norway.
Switzerland and France, I guess.
Yeah, these are our leaders. This is control number 3. Remember, obviously, the GPS tracking is normally a little bit behind kind of what we can see on the pictures. France 2, Guillaume Elias, I think, in there.
You could see that Hovald is going up again to use the track, small track, and you see here very close to the control, but didn't see it. That's the challenge when in this terrain, when it's so steep and you come from above. The controls are hard to see when you drop down the slope.
And we should be expecting Norway in next, but it looks like Kasper Fosse had maybe went to the wrong forking, went too far down and then had to climb up again to the C control. And he'll be really annoyed, I think. He is in with the second Norwegian team at this point. So Gauta Steva there, and the Italian team, the Spanish team, and the first Swedish team with Emil Svensk, all in that group. So he's kind of dropped off the pack for me.
I think the gap is around a minute here between Switzerland and this group. You can see it here. Don't know if you see don't see really the problem by Norway. I mean, he could have just gone down to the track. Maybe it's also a GPS problem, but somewhere he has to have lost time. Now we see that Sweden chooses to go and stay on the path. There's the second team, Switzerland going straight in this slope. Also France. I like the approach of being a bit higher up the slope when you get to the control, because it's in a re-entrant. So when you get to the re-entrant, you can just drop down.
And there is more of the re-entrant above the control than there is below the control. So hopefully you should hit that like a line feature and then just run down. Hopefully that's the plan.
I mean, the problem here is always if you just try to attack the control straight in, like on point, then you don't know if you don't hit it, you don't know if you're too far below or too high up in the slope. So it's always a good approach to be a bit too far up, especially if you have a re-entrant.
Yeah, you really want to aim off then to one side or the other. And then we can see Florian Hovald is descending then into this fifth control. looking pretty good. And yeah, we can kind of wrap up some of what happened.
I think we
Sweden
could
2
already
going
see
round
him.
looks like it was slow.
I think we could see him already on the way to the 6th control there. So he had punched it.
And for me, it looks like maybe Sweden 2 losing a bit of time by going round on the path. I don't think that was a good idea. It's a safe idea. Maybe that's what you want to do
But
if you've not got the confidence or
it's the
something.
wrong control to play the safe card, because the re-entrants, they are really... I mean, if there's anything you can really see in this kind of terrain or feel, then it's the re-entrance. So there's no need in this part to round it. And Switzerland now, they have the B option here, so he has to go to the blue control, just down there. Looks good so far. It's a bit, I mean, this one is a bit, at this point here, don't have many features to read on, but behind the control, you have this open area with the margin. Usually you see that. I wonder if he's hesitating or if it's the GPS not really accurate. But there's a risk. There's a risk he's doing a mistake there. I'm not sure about that. Getting to a stone.
No, it makes me feel like it was okay. I don't know.
Sure.
Or was it? Did they go? I don't know. Did he go to the A control?
It's hard to say, but now if he's wrong, then he's very much wrong at this point. So my guess now, when it looks good, I can't imagine that he hasn't punched it. We see it on the GPS now. It is heading towards the controls. I don't think there was a mistake. Or then if it's a mistake, it's a huge mistake.
Yeah. But we're back with that chasing group. All together.
You can see here, when you go down on this into re-entrances, you can see that it's sometimes very, very stony there. And of course, it's because of when you have a heavy rain here, they're like, the water is coming down, taking the stones with them, and of course they stay in the re-entrance now. But we can tell you that Hovald is now on the way to the 8th control, definitely. So there was no problem at this 6th control. You can see it here. And the gap now is almost a minute. It's almost a minute between Hovald and those, let's say, 4 or 5 teams behind. And I think the biggest competitor behind there, of course, Kasper Fosser for the Norwegian team. You see here that Hovald, he is staying in the slope, approaching control 8 here, quite straight. We have seen other options before on the first leg where runners were running down to the path and then attacking the control from below. And I think that's quite an okay option here. Maybe the control is a bit more difficult, but yeah, it's in the re-entrant again. You should be able to see it, or it's just beside the re-entrant.
So here he is. Here's our leader. And yeah, you remember on that first leg, we saw a lot of people climbing up to that control, just as you were saying. This is the option to contour around to it. And from there, it looks like, you know, it's fairly easy-ish to see. But here's the chasing group, and maybe they're catching up a little bit here. It's hard to tell. Here's Kasper Fosser. So after a mistake on that second control then, I think, for Norway, Kasper Fosser pulling back up right now. The 2 Swedes all there, and it's kind of all changed, and the Italian team.
Skelet going down, and also French team coming from below.
And then they get ready for this big climb, and you can see a lot of them, of course, heading straight up out of this control. There's a Spanish team as well.
Very good performance here so far by the Spanish team. I think they had a quite good start at the European Champs as
They
well.
did
Were
indeed,
in
yeah.
the group. They're very strong physically. So now here we can see this route to control 9, and we have seen that I think the fastest option was, or I don't think, have we seen any other option than the straight one?
Not properly, but we haven't seen all of the GPS tracking though, all of the trackers.
But for me, it's not a very big surprise that many of them choose to go and climb directly.
Yeah, for me, the red route is so tricky, you know, to be running on that slope. I mean, we've already seen some of the pictures from some of the really steep bits in that open area, but it's just really, you know, hard to kind of keep your speed. Much easier on when there's the less slope when at the top of the blue bit. But
It will be interesting to see if Hovald is heading up the hill now, or if he's heading towards this small track. I mean, the track, you really have to hit it. It's not that easy to just get it and run through this valley. So that's, that leads to that. I think the blue one is easier to execute here. And I mean, you could see here, there's no very big difference. I mean, it's shorter, of course, blue, and you have to do the climbing anyway. So
yeah. I think we'll see, you know, this isn't really the course for those big route choices that we often see in Swiss alpine races. I think we'll see a lot more of those in the long distance.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit too short.
Yeah.
Often you want to have really long legs in order to have different possible routes.
So this was the 8th control. And the comparison, you could just about see the other runners. And what does it mean when you know there was a bit of a gap? Kasper Fosso dropped a bit back through the pack. How is it going to be for him when maybe he can catch that little glimpse of the Swiss kit ahead?
I mean, of course, it's a big motivation, but he also, I think that he has a feeling about that he might have lost some time at Control 2, but he definitely will see the Swiss team in the uphill, because, I mean, then when it's quite open and you have an uphill, you can see 1 or almost 2 minutes ahead of you. And of course, that's a big motivation. I mean, they were behind after the first leg. They have the chance to be in contact with the leading group again, and it just shows him that he has done a good job. And you can see it here. They're almost together now. But of course, I mean, it's the climbing. Maybe it looks a bit... It almost seems that he is standing at one point there. So maybe the GPS at this point is lagging a little bit. But they are together now.
Yeah, I want to talk a bit more about Kasper Fosso, because he's the reigning world champion in the long distance and in the sprint distance as well, of course, earlier this summer. And it's not been the easiest of years for him. Stress fractures, you know, we were talking about in the first World Cup round, he was really using that as a test. He didn't have the kind of confidence. And then I think by his own incredibly high standards, he had a really tough European Championships. I know particularly, well, the long distance as well, but the middle distance, where he just didn't have a good qualifier. He was starting really, really early, and in such a forest that's so green and grotty, and the open bits were tracking up a lot. You know, it's really hard to do anything from an early starting position. Although we did see some people really, really performing well. How do you think he will be approaching this World Cup final, these 3 races that he's got as a whole?
I mean, he's going out as the World Cup leader anyway, so definitely he will have high expectations for this race. And I think, I mean, he had a few weeks now to prepare for this, to recover from the European champs. I think it was not only the physical part there, it was also that the kind of terrain was very special, and you had to adapt to it quickly. And maybe, I mean, often when you've reached your goal for the season, more or less, it's hard to refocus. So I think that it might be easier here. It's a very physical course, and that might suit him as well. For sure, I think he wants to win the overall World Cup, so he will put a lot of effort into it. the race is coming tomorrow and on Monday.
Yeah, he he's always super motivated. He always knows how to really kind of push himself when it comes to these big races. I think he just kind of loves the occasion of it, the drama of it, the performance aspect of it. And we've just from our commentary position seen that group of runners kind of reach the brow of the hill. They've gone past this tower where there's a big slide that we're looking on at, wishing we could slide down it or something. And they'll be making their way across this kind of flatter part. I'm sure we'll pick them up on the picture. There we go. We can just see them kind of coming down into the first valley, I think. And Fosse is there.
And Swedish team, and Hovald looks to be behind there.
Florian Hovald is in third place there, so I think it's Norway, Sweden. I think it's Sweden 2, so that's Isaac von Krusenfuerne. So two men at the front of this relay who've had some injury problems, or at least this winter. Maybe that's a good few months ago now. And then we've got Florian Hovald. Is that the Italian team? It is the Italian team. Currently in second place, Riccardo Scalette, of course.
And it's quite a big gap they have opened here on this short part between the uphill and this one. And of course, you have to kind of change your approach. You have the uphill, and when you're on top, you're not done. You have to go on running fast when you're on top of the hill. But of course, your legs are burning, and it's a tough one.
Yeah, and you can see Sweden 1 was kind of just tailing off that group as well, Emil Svensk. So we can see who was really good at these uphill moments then, with the Norwegian team and the second Swedish team.
I think that Switzerland is struggling here physically. You can see that he has to go and take a few steps, just walking here every now and then.
And when you were in the lead, you've got caught up that hill. What's that like?
I mean, it's not fun to be up that hill anyway. But interesting here in the picture, now they're heading into this green section straight. When we compare that to the leg before,
they came up a lot higher.
Yeah, they all rounded this section, and I think the control might be a bit more difficult from this part here. And you could really feel that Hovald was happy that they were heading into this green there and not taking any more steps of climbing, just that one
There's
point.
the control, and if we remember that first leg, Simon Immark came right past this camera point here and just had that, well, what looks like us a nice view into the control. But you can see, yeah, exactly, they're all climbing up from that point, which is, quite a surprise. I think it's going to bring them back together again, maybe?
We will see. I mean, it's hard to... I don't think that...
It's hard to tell.
I don't think that they will... I mean, why should they get together again? Both of the groups went into this green area, so maybe if they do a mistake, but otherwise would have been interesting if one or two runners had been rounding here. But yeah, they are together, and it's crucial.
And the change, the lead.
There is Fosse, there he is.
Then Scalette in second place.
So they must have done a small mistake there.
I think so. Then Fosse, then Emil Svensk, I think, is then caught up in that group, and Florian Hovald off the back. Of course, it must be Riccardo Scalette, loves World Cup finals. See great medal performance from him in Italy.
Yeah, and putting up some pressure now on Mattia De Bertolis in the last leg. I mean, I think that's kind of the tactics they had, to put the strongest of their runners on the second leg. But yeah, Mattia De Bertolis will have a hard task here on this last leg.
And then maybe this chasing group are going to catch up a little bit. You know, they did all that climb on the open, and now they're going to just kind of go in and out of that control in the same way. Now, this control, not the hardest one by any stretch of the imagination.
Not technically, no.
No, but physically,
but the
yes.
climbing just continues.
And von Krusenfuerne is looking really fantastic. Of course, remember, he was that surprise sprint world champion from the Czech Republic last summer. And this is a bit we've seen very, very tricky, but actually those top guys not doing too bad. Your heart's in your mouth at that point.
Would it have been 1 or 2 more meters, then Voss would have got some problems.
You could see Emil Svensk is the least confident, I think, on that.
Hovald has to take a few steps every now and then where he's just walking. Always losing a few meters there. But so far, he's still in the group.
Still in the group. You can feel Kasper Fosse pushing ahead here. The next control is a forked control, but you just look at that, the way they're approaching the next bit. The visibility is so good. The cloud has descended, in the time we've been here, but we're not in the cloud yet. It may happen later on this afternoon, but I don't know. The cloud's sitting a bit
looks
further
stable
up
here at the moment.
It does a bit indeed.
And they have different forkings here. Sweden, Norway and Switzerland.
Notably, in fact, they just see them there. The French teams just kind of drop back.
You can see the forking here. A few of the runners with this one, but they should not have the same control here. Norway and Sweden.
I'm quite surprised to see them all punching the same control. Switzerland hasn't punched that control.
Someone has to go. I think Foster has to go to another control there. Let's see. They have B. No, that was correct. Sweden at A, so maybe they have been. All of them have been at A, passing there but not punching.
Yes.
Switzerland has C. So that seems to be correct there. Now I see them turn. Is it, or is it just this? No, Sweden is going back.
Sweden is going back.
So Sweden, they have the A control there, so he has to go back quite a lot. So yeah, it was not a mistake by us. It was really a mistake by Emil Svensk. And this is a lot of time he's losing there.
Yeah, that's really gutting, I think, to lose that distance, that climb, having to go all the way back to that control. Let's take the leaders, though, into...
So we haven't seen that on the screen, but we see it on the GPS that Sweden one had to turn.
I was saying this is the changeover, but no, they've still got the second loop, of course, to go through. Well over halfway through this second leg of the men's relay, it's Kasper Fosse who is leading the way. He's caught up from 4th place, or I would say he's leading the way. It's all very close here, neck and neck, and it is Kasper Fosse, it is Isaac von Krusenfuerner, and it is Ricardo Scarlett, Norway, Sweden, and a very big surprise for Italy in there too. Here, though, is Florian Hovald has dropped back from 1st to 4th. And we know he had the different forking there, but it just, the way you can see him particularly contouring around the slopes, it's really, really tough.
It was very obvious that he lost time in the climbings compared to the other teams here, especially between control 8 and 9. The first part was really good when there were this downhill controls, but you can see it here as well. He doesn't seem to be in this shape. Foster is, and also von Krusenfuerner just has to survive in one way or another.
Yeah, very, very true.
Jonas Soldini for the 3rd Swiss team.
And Mark Saloyonga Arquez.
Christoph Meyer here in the picture, the 2nd Swiss team.
So, yeah, a lot of the Swiss, 1, 2, 3, all the Swiss teams.
You can see, look at this. You said Italy is a big surprise, but they also have this alpine terrain in Italy. So it's really the teams with this. Of course, we have Sweden and Norway in there as well, but you can see that the Swiss 2nd team and 3rd team are performing well.
Really
we have the Italian team performing well.
Spanish team, a bit of a surprise, I think. And here is Emil Svensk, so dropped down from kind of 3rd to what we now 8th.
And what you've seen on the GPS, that he went straight to the B control, had to go back to the A control, lost more than a minute.
Yeah, let's have a closer look now. I think we're going to see it in more detail.
So he was with the group there.
And we saw them punch this control. Him punches
go to the control A there. Had to go back.
I'm really surprised. There's that stream and everything.
You could see that he was not well prepared. I mean, it's a very easy control. But he must have been quite tired there and just following the others, maybe not expecting that it would be forked at that place of the race.
No, and this is what I was about to say. You're in oxygen debt. You've just come up that ridiculous climb, and you're in that group who are running really, really fast. And then, I mean, it's going to be really hard to kind of do anything from there. But it looks again like you've got that Norway, Sweden, Italy in that group all together. We've got one more forked control, and then this section, tricky bits of climb as well. And then I think, I don't know, I would expect maybe Kasper Fosse, Isaac von Krusenfuene, maybe to drop Skelett. You know, I feel like they're such good runners, particularly Fosse, and they might really try and open it up on this last one where they see how much of the leg they've got left to go. They can kind of see that running. You can just, as you were describing before, look up, spot one of the posts for the cable car, the chairlift, and go for it.
You can see that Switzerland, they have control A, or you can see it, but I tell you, and Norway and second Swedish team, they have B, both of them. So they can stay together there. Don't know about the Italian team, but it looks as if they are heading towards the B control as well. Otherwise, it's not that big of a time loss if you have to go to and pass control A from there as well. See also that Switzerland, they would have had to the chance to get around there a little bit, use the track to control A, but they decided to go the same way as this leading group here. Where's Italy? Maybe they are heading to the other forking. No, there he is. So all of them at the same control as it looks.
Yeah, fairly simple stuff. I think there's one of the runners from a previous leg there as well. And then this is the mistake we saw from the first leg runner, Simone Mark. So hopefully no problems for this group here.
You can't really see the control here.
No, you really
but it looks good if I remember right. I think it's there just behind the tree. Not really. I think you can spot it up there.
Yeah, you can.
It's very hard to see here.
Yeah, especially in all this undergrowth.
There it is.
And you can just see like the attack from Fosse there, and he doesn't want to drop too far either, actually, there.
Not the best control taken there by the Swiss team. At control 14, they had the A option, always passing the B option there, and you can see that the third Swiss team is very close to the first Swiss team now.
And don't forget, we've got the second Swiss team in there as well, that we don't see on the GPS, but they are there. Spain, of course, too.
Gap. Let's see, it's almost exactly a minute, right? A bit more, maybe.
Yeah, it's going to be close to that. It's so hard when they're not moving as quickly, and you know the dots are very, very close together, I think. But then they climb back up towards the 16th, and then this long route.
It's a bit less than a minute.
Yeah.
About 50, 55 seconds.
Yeah, from the leaders to Switzerland 1.
You can see that the Swiss teams, they are together there.
Yeah, you can see.
And you can also see that, I mean, they can still spot the leaders from here.
I'm sure that'll give them a lot of confidence.
They have already punched the control.
And this is kind of what I was maybe talking about, Kasper Fosse, Isaac von Krusenfuene, just kind of opening it out there. And look, what a great shot in the background. I mean, you can see 1, 2, 3 Swiss teams all there, all close together. I mean, how the team managers must select the teams, and they've got so many runners, there's so many variables. I mean, there's so many, you know, so many runners that are even allowed to be here as part of the...
But you know, it's kind of an advantage of the terrain as well. in other terrains. So if you compare it, for example, to Estonia, when you have a small gap, you're away because there's no visibility at all. Here, at this point, you can see 1 or 2 minutes ahead of you. So then it makes it much easier to get back into groups, even if you have maybe missed the control by 10, 15 seconds compared to other terrains where 10 or 15 seconds means that you are out of the group. You can see that this is tough for Hovald.
Yeah, and in fact, he's now at the back of these three Swiss runners.
And of course, I mean, this is big boost for the other runners to have passed the first team, but for him it's really, he will be very happy to be up and have done the climbing now very soon.
Yeah, really, really soon. Let's have a look at those leaders. Are they going to stick on the track? I'm surprised they are.
I mean, Delhi was quite okay on that one, but it's a bit unnecessary. I mean, you can see there that the runnability is really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course.
They can really open up. Yeah. And they know they've only got, a few hundred meters actually left to go. And here we have the former sprint world champion, Isaac von Krusenfeiner, who had a bad winter with injury, fighting back. So too did this man, Kasper Fosse. But Isaac von Krusenfeiner, his physical shape is so good. In fact, I mean, so both of them, they are really, really top of their game.
And he
they can see the control as well.
He will send out Max Peter Beimer on the last leg.
Also part of the European champs winning relay team.
He likes to be in the second team. Then he
does like to be in the second team.
Eskil Kinneberg will be running for Norway. We have Joey Hadorn for Switzerland, I think. I mean, he didn't have a good week in Estonia, but I think this kind of terrain with the climbing, he lost that kind of running when it's very physical and a lot of uphills. But I wonder if the gap is too big here.
It's gonna be hard for him to take it back. But, he's got 2 World Cup middle distance wins. And one of those was in Switzerland. Of course, not the same terrain as this by any stretch of the imagination, but that home advantage really means something. It really, really does. But it is still Sweden 2 and Norway. It's a little bit of a sprint. Fosse just trying to take it to him. The Norway then will hand over in the lead. Eskil Kinneberg goes out, and Isaac von Krusenfeiner handing over to Max Peter Beimer. So Norway 1, Sweden 2 to battle it out. What's the gap?
The biggest surprise here of the day so far. Italy, very, very good races here on the first and second leg.
Let's have a little check of the gap. So they managed to pull 22 seconds ahead in that last loop. But I mean, kudos to that Italian team.
Both Francesco Mariani and Riccardo Scalet did a good job here. Now we have the second Swiss team, Christoph Meyer. Did he finish? Within a minute, maybe.
And he looked really strong when he came through the arena passage and round this water. So, yeah, you can really see he's done well. And Jonas Salvini as well.
And where is Hovald? It wasn't it was really the feeling we got there that he's not on top physically today.
So the gap 1:05 and then 1:08 between these two Swiss teams.
Pre-warning, Hovald was 20 seconds behind here now together with Svensk.
So is it going to be Sweden next? Swedish first team. Svensk going to hand over to Anton Johansson. So Sweden 1 and then Switzerland 1, and let's see what the Joey Hadorn has to do. So it's 1 minute 32. And if, let's say, no offence to the Italian team, but maybe we're expecting them to kind of drop down a little bit, then there's all to play for another medal, I think.
It will be very hard for the Italian team to keep that position. It also, as I mentioned before, I think they played their strongest card in this second leg here. But then, I mean, we have many teams, and Manu Deli, he proved that you can get in contact again, even if you have been 140 behind. But this almost means that we need to have a kind of a mistake here from the leaders, or as the Swiss first team had like a bad day from one of the runners in front of them.
So top three were a minute quicker than the two Swiss teams, Switzerland 2 and Switzerland 3. And actually you can see already the Italian team, I think, maybe making a mistake, just having to come back to this 1C control. So of course we don't have Sweden 2 on there either. The Czech team, Miloš Nikodem, just changing over at this point. This is the Polish team, yep. And these are the two French runners here. Of course, they had really kind of front-loaded their teams as really strong runners on legs number 1.
Yeah, but it's not a good thing to front-load your second team.
No, that's true. That is true. Here is the first team. They have a little word of encouragement, maybe as they do the handover, and you drop straight down that hill just to go straight back up again as well. Norway 2 in the top 12. And of course, Spain still in 7th position. Got a shout out to them as well. But let's have a look then back live with our leaders. Remember, we don't have Sweden 2 on there, but we were expecting them to be
has
close.
The A option here. We have the Swiss team with B. And the Swedish first team, they have C. And it looks very good for Norway here in this first part.
Yeah, we might soon see them at control number 3, but it's straight to some refreshment, to taking out their GPS units for these French second leg runners. And the recovery ready for tomorrow's middle distance race starts now. Here's control number 3. Let's see who we can see. This looks... Ooh.
Sinneberg and Max
Bett approaching from different directions, but still together.
Of course, I mean, it has been a forking before, so you can just drop a little bit early from the track to this third control, or take a few more steps on it, so it doesn't really matter at this part. Interesting to see if they are trying to get around here to the fourth control, or if they keep in the slope. I think to keep in the slope is good, seen on the first, if you look back at the first and second leg here.
Here's Italy.
Italy, yeah. It's a bit, they are all running in different running shirts here.
Japan. I think that must be one of the women's team running the men's leg, I think. And now we can see the third team for Switzerland. So Noah's Binden there. Here's Joey Haddon.
I don't think it was Noah's Binden. It was Timo Suter, I think. So they must have done a change there. Yeah, it was Timo Suter.
Good spots. Oh.
Joey Haddon now is
Johansson, I think, there.
50 seconds behind, so a good start here for Switzerland.
And I think Switzerland 2 must be making a mistake if we just take a look at, I think, yeah, because we haven't seen them through yet. So Swiss 2, the team we haven't seen.
Martin Hupman.
Yep, I think there's a mistake.
But he's far away.
Yeah, we can look on the GPS tracking.
He's far off.
Yeah, there's a big mistake there.
I think actually that Noah's Binden, not sure if he was sick just before this race. Read something that he had to, he will not run the whole weekend. So this is back, and we are back in the second leg here. This is the second Swedish team. And I think they punched the wrong control, so they might be out of the competition here.
Yeah, well,
here, I mean, second Swedish team, they had the A option at that point. I think they punched the B option. I'm not 100% sure about this. Let's see here the result list.
Well, when they went through the finish line, it didn't come up with a
mispunch here.
So yeah, there we go. It was a mispunch then. Unfortunately for that second Swedish team at that control, and that is pretty gutting because Max Petterbeimer is currently thrashing it out with the lead for Kasper Fosse.
Kind of a pity for the race as well.
Yeah, it really is. So we've got Max Petterbeimer here. We've got to ignore.
I mean, it's hard.
It's-
We are gonna ignore him, but I mean, he's still in the decision here. But that's difficult in orienteering. You can't just take him out of the competition at this point because there's no one there who can take him out. You have to wait to maybe the last loop, then you could do it. Let's see if they do it. But they're very close now, the teams behind, the chasing teams.
Yeah, Timo Suter and Joey Hadon
so far,
really
eh?
catching up. You can see that they, from that perspective there, as they headed out of the fifth control, you can see the other runners ahead, and that really has got to give you a lot of confidence.
Give you a hint now. We want to look at control 8-9 with Joey Hadon. I think maybe we'll see an unload of all the frustration here from the season behind.
Yeah.
This one control.
It's not over until it's over. Not over until all three runners make their way to the finish line, having punched all the correct controls in the correct order. So we know Sweden 2 already out of it.
We have here on this one, Sweden 1 with the A option. Norway with the B option. Seems to be good there at the control. We have Switzerland with C. Up there looks kind of good as well. Don't know if he's punched there, but he's close at least. We have the third Swiss team. They have the A option. Suter. There's a mistake of Joey Hadon. I don't know if he has punched the control, still up there. Just very, very close to the control. I think he has lost about 30, 40 seconds now. I think he punched the control right there. Yeah. But that is a time loss for sure.
Yeah, and he'll drop off the back. But here's Eskil Shinneberg, and he is on his way then towards this eighth control.
Maybe for the competition that's good if the second Swedish team is not too much involved in the leading position here. But of course now he's involved in the chasing group.
Yeah, but Eskil, so that was his control number 7, and now on the way to this 8th control. But you can see actually still there, Max Petterbeimer on his shoulders now. I think of having split back up again after in the forking.
See, taking a look at the GPS and Joey Hadon. He's pushing hard here, but not really in the right direction. Looks like another small mistake. He's not on the right direction here. Now he's hesitating.
Yes, I have a feeling there might be a big montage of Joey Hadon's mistakes coming up as we can follow. This is what it's like to contour round in this area. We just can see them going into the area of bushes, so those green dots, but you can see Timo Suter there, I think, just slightly below, and you know, they've got eyes on those front runners as we see Max Petterbeimer the other side of the valley. And there's lots of little micro route choices in what's quickest in the terrain here. Really, you really have to understand this terrain.
Shinneberg is on a small track there, a bit higher, and it's good to find those small tracks, animal tracks often in the terrain. They are quite fast.
And there are lots of them as well, actually.
Performance by Timo Suter there looks very strong physically. I think we'll see them at control 8. Here they are. Sweden, and it's Switzerland, the fourth team.
So Max Petterbeimer, yes, he's not in the lead. Remember, that team has been disqualified with Isaac von Schinnenberg doing the wrong forking. Here's Shinneberg. So it is Switzerland 3 in the lead of this relay, followed by Norway. We have Sweden 1 in there as well, Italy in there 2, and we know Switzerland 1. Where is Joey Hadon? He is nowhere to be seen at this point.
I think we'll have to wait a few more seconds, try to keep track on the time here. We've had around 20 seconds now.
We're still waiting for him. Here's the live tracking, though. We can see that he's a minute down maybe on the others, I think, just looking at the length of those tails alongside the team from the Czech Republic, Thomas Krivda on the last leg. Here he is, of course, having consoled around here, and he will be gutted having known, such a great start to that course. He caught up a few places and then dropping down with those mistakes.
Still within a minute, so maybe with a bit of luck and the uphill coming. But of course, I mean, it's a minute, and to just regain a minute physically is, I would say, it's almost impossible. I mean, it's not only one runner. Of course, one runner can have a bad day, but we are talking about 4 or 5 runners here, so this is a tough task for him.
And especially for me, most of the really tricky controls where people can make mistakes, they're done, they're passed.
I mean, maybe if the runners get one or two of the runners maybe might drop off when they get a bit nervous, and it's one more. No, it's none. Yeah, it's one more forking coming, but on the last loop, I don't know. It's as you say, the difficult part is more or less over, but we have seen mistakes before or runners who struggle physically, so.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see. I don't think we'll see as many people like miss a control or lose a minute on not being at the right control or just being slightly off or something like that. And I think you're right. It's more in the physicality of this course that we're really going to see everybody being tested, and in the. Yeah, just who's got the legs at this altitude? A reminder, we're at 1,900 meters. There's 20% less oxygen than at sea level, and it's really tough.
And here I think Swedish first team is actually having the best option, but all the others are together, so will be kind of a trade-off between running in the group that makes you a bit faster and having actually the faster track here.
And you can see already Switzerland won. They were next to Czechia won and catching up a little bit. Yeah. And I mean, he is working. That is a man who is working hard to get up that hill.
He will get a glimpse at them now. Maybe not at this position, but when they come into this yellow part in the second part of this climbing. And then he will be motivated again to give it all. But, I mean, it's so tough if you have to just close a gap of a minute on 150 meters climbing. It's a tough task.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult. But we'll see what's going to happen as they are hurting physically. They make this climb. We've seen pretty much everybody doing the same thing here. Although most, I think, on the previous legs going that route of Anton Johansson for Sweden won. But we will soon see them kind of above this tree line. Then they will run on a flatter part. We'll try and get some rest in their legs.
That's Martin Hoopman, and he did a big mistake there in the beginning. I mean, he was running out together more or less with Timo Suter and
and Joey Hadorn as well. Yeah, they were all in that group together, and that's a big mistake.
Oh, it's just amazing. How close he gets here.
Joey Hadorn, yeah.
But I mean, the difference is still about 20 meters climbing. So it's on the GPS, it looks closer than it is.
Yeah.
But it is not as much as it was at the control before. And now we are at this point where I said before that he might see the others, or he will most definitely see the others.
Yeah, they're all in this open bit. They're coming up this reentry. We're craning our necks here in our commentary box to see if we've got a little bit of a view as this slope levels off, and we're going to try and see who we can spot. But we're back at the previous control though for the Norwegian. This must be Gaute Stave, I think, for the second Norwegian team again. He must have made a mistake. It's his third Norwegian team. I can't see on the numbers.
Just don't think it's Gaute Stave.
No, I don't think it is either.
That sounds like 8 smooth. Still looking out the window here. Now I can see a Swiss kit there coming.
There's definitely some red
This is Timo Suter, I guess.
Really
On the others, there's actually a gap
kit
there.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap.
He looks
Switzerland
strong.
ahead of Norway. Then there's
He
the blue
forces the
kit.
others to start running again because they were kind of walking up there, and then he started running, and everyone else had to start running again. Let's see how much the gap is to Joey
Couple of
Haddon. Oh,
Swedish
he's close
kits.
there. That's Joey Haddon, right?
Yeah.
Who else should it be? I mean, it's a Swiss
Yeah.
kid. Oh, he's very close.
He is close.
About 20 seconds, maybe.
Oh. He's managed to make up some distance on that. So, yeah, we think we could see Timo Suter, then Eskil Shinneberg, then I think a couple of Swedish kits or the Italian kit.
Timo Suter looks very,
He
very
looks
strong.
really strong.
He was the first one to start running again just after the climb here, and we can see that Haddon almost has the back again of the group.
Here we go. We can see them on this shot as they come down. I don't think is our leader. We're looking a little bit back, further up to the tree.
It could be.
So that's Sweden too. That is that's Max Petter Bähmer, who was in the lead, but we haven't been seeing him on the GPS tracking because they're DQ'd. So, and then Timo Suter won't know who's in first place.
Now it's an advantage for Timo Suter that he has Max Petter Bähmer in front of him, because as we could spot before, he can take the back of him, gets an advantage. So this is what I talked about. It's the difficult. I mean, there's no chance for the organizers to take out Max Petter Bähmer so far, but of course he has an impact on this relay at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And he looked to be the best there, but you can see here's the gap. You said Timo Suter in the front of picture, then you see Eskil Shinneberg, then you see Anton Johansson, then Joey Haddon, and then
Italy
I think it's Davos.
Right?
Yeah,
Great
looking
job there.
solid, really good.
Oh, this is going to be so exciting now for the last part.
And it feels like they're maybe grouping back up again. I don't know, maybe often when the camera is looking directly at people, it foreshortens the distance.
I really hope they take out Max Petter Bähmer of the competition, because he shouldn't have an impact on this last loop.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll take him out at the arena passage.
Yeah, of course.
Because
I hope they will do it.
It'll be a shame for him to kind of run into the finish thinking he's won, and then there's the mispunch.
That's the least of the problem for him. That's a shame for him. But I mean, it would be a pity if he would kind of have an impact on the relay. And now you see that they are splitting up. Maybe Timo Suter, it seems as if he's heading in through this green, and the others trying to run around, but maybe he will just come around the corner. No.
Yeah, it feels like the others are just going a little bit higher up. Yeah, now Timo Suter will come and catch them back up again, but Norway in the lead.
Oh, don't.
Whoa. There's a little bit of nervousness, I think, in here, in this group, because this is,
Yeah, don't go in there.
Can be a tricky control. No, I think they're okay.
There's Max Petter Bähmer.
There we go. So Eskil Shinneberg in the lead here. I think Max Petter Bähmer has already gone through. We just didn't see him on the picture because we're trying to ignore him. Then Timo Suter, then Joey Haddon, and then Anton Johansson, and then the Italian team. So there are 5 runners here and 3 medals available. They're going to go to 3 of these guys, but at the moment, here they're going to be. We have no idea. You've got 3/5 chance of getting a medal from that group.
Who's there? I think that's Max Petter Bähmer, right?
I think you're right.
He did a mistake there, so he went through the green and lost a lot of time there. So that's good from my point of view. I think that's good. So he has the least of possible impact here. At the moment, you can see that the battle is starting to struggle a bit here.
But you can just see how physical and how tough and how tired they are with the pace that they're able to go on this particular section. And at this bit, I think from the camera position, it doesn't look that steep, but it really is.
It is Shinneberg. There. Oh, now you see that Haddon is in the lead. So strong physically here.
Oh my goodness me, this is...
and you can see that this group here behind, they drop off a little bit. Seems that we have the 2 strongest runners here physically in the lead. Maybe that Timo Suter pushed very hard in this uphill there. Now paying a bit of the situation. Still very strong by Bertelis to keep that fourth position.
But we haven't got Joey Haddon in this list.
No, we haven't.
Hope for his sake there's nothing that's gone wrong for him around that course.
I mean, Beimer is on the list, so even if there would have been a problem, he should still be on the list, so it must be something with his device. Oh, this will gonna be a challenge here.
Actually, uphill's the way to do it.
Yeah.
That is Thomas Krivda then on the last leg for Czechia. And now maybe we can see some of these routes. This is the forking.
And we have Sweden, Anton Johansson with the B forking. We have Eskil Kinneberg with C. Joey Haddon with A. Who else we have there? Swiss 13.
Haddon looks like he's punched A, no problem. Norway looking a bit low if we're looking at the GPS tracking.
The easiest by far of those controls. It's the first one and it's at stream, so it's very easy. But of course then from A you will pass control B as well, almost.
But yeah, Joey Haddon, look, I think this is him who we're behind.
We'll have to wait a little bit. I mean, there might get other teams there as well. But looks as if he is a bit of course, Norway had a bit of a tougher one because now they have to climb a bit more to the arena passage. So it looks good for Haddon now. I have never seen the mistake he's done in this first section, but he lost about a minute or more there.
At least, yeah. He was a minute down after Switzerland. He was a minute 32 down after the handover at the start of the third leg. Then he caught up pretty much to that group and then made another set of mistakes and had to catch up again. So if you imagine what a lead he must have had without those mistakes.
Imagine what the kind of physical shape he must have.
Yeah, he's looking really strong. You've got to watch out for him individually, I think, as well. But here's our leader then. Here is Joey Haddon for Team 1 for Switzerland. So Daniel Hubman, who handed over in the lead after a fantastic first leg. Florian Hovald seemed to be struggling a bit in the terrain, but Joey Haddon is a powerhouse on the third leg. This is the spectator control, and he'll now know he's got a little bit of a gap as he turns his way around. He's got to do this arena passage in the right way. I've seen a couple of people trip on that corner as well, so that's not great. Then Anton Johansson for Sweden 1 is here too, and the gap is about 16-17 seconds. Eskil Kinneberg as well for Norway 1 is in third place, and they just kind of have a little bit of a gap here. Timo Suter is the next one in. He looked to be in really strong physical shape, so I wonder if he's able to catch up a bit more.
You can see that they take out Beimer now out of the competition. They blocked him there at just before the arena passage.
Yeah, he looks
Swedish. I think it's the Swedish coaches
taking him out, and Suter then can take that path, and Italy and Czechia in 5th and 6th then. De Bertolis and Krivda together. But for me, they're going to be out of the medals, so I would say Switzerland, Sweden, Norway, our old favourites from the start of the broadcast, are there. But what will the order be? I think there is still a lot of room for manoeuvre.
And there's no forking now at this last loop. So now it's all straight oriented or just running if you just follow the others.
Here's Martin Hubman. Oh! Ouch. No, he's okay. But it just throws you a bit. I think that's the... That's the control number 10.
It's not the best way to take a bath, you know. It's very cold, actually. I think it's just. I mean, if it would drop 1 or 2 degrees, we would have snow here.
Yeah. It's very cold to be out and in the mountains. but still, we know that I think there was much less good visibility later on. We can see Max Petterbeimer here has been pulled out of the race because of that disqualification. It was Isaac von Krusenfreiner going to the wrong control, but we're back live with the GPS tracking.
You can see that still Switzerland in the lead. Then we have Sweden and Norway behind. And as I said before, no forking here on this last section of the course. That's quite an easy control at 14. You can drop to this track there. And then, of course, you have this small pond, water pond there just beside the control. So very easy to take. And then I think it's the same control there at 15. And 16 as we have seen before, so it's actually the same loop, but it's without the forking. But it looks strong here. Look at this. I think the gap is growing a little bit. See it, maybe 20, 25 seconds now. It's not really using the track there, but we have seen pictures from that section. It's very open there. I guess you can see the stones there as well. You will soon see the water pond. I mean, it's raining at the moment, so there should be water in that one. And behind there we have Norway and Sweden, and the Swiss second team, or third team, they have dropped a bit still. Maybe if Timo Suter can really go up there and fight for the medals, but it will be tough for him.
Yeah, it will be really tough. Those are the standings at the arena passage. Just to remind you then, Joey Haddon with that 17-second gap, but it really looks like those top three teams now are the ones to look out for. They've got the better physical shape. And unfortunately, no Sweden 2 because of the wrong control punched at the 11 forking. Here's our leader, though.
You can see that he has the map contact and then lifting the head and looking up into the slope, trying to get help of a few features. It's the control where we had the mistake of Simon Imark on the first leg. Let's see now.
This looks pretty good, I think, from the route that other people have taken.
It would be easier if they would zoom out a little bit, because now there's the control. Yeah. Oh, very
pretty
good.
Solid there.
I think now he will get to see how big the gap is. You can see that he turned the head towards the other runners. Where are they? Oh, it's a big gap. Here they come. They have to go up all the way to the control. You can also see that they don't have the speed Joey Haddon has.
Yeah.
It's Timo Suter.
And there's not much kind of tracking up here. You can see the way Joey Haddon is kind of wading through that terrain. Timo Suter a little bit further back, and that's a good... Joey Haddon's got to be feeling pretty good at that.
Yeah, and I mean, Timo Suter is closer to the medal than the others are to the victory.
But it is... Anton Johansson. I was going to say he turns first, but does take that trip, and then it allows Eskil Shinneberg just to catch up. Oh, it's tough to descend on that point, but Joey Haddon already punching that control 60.
You can also see that the Czech Republic was able to get a small of a gap compared to Italy there.
Yeah, really, really strong last leg from Thomas Crivden. Maybe we want to watch out for him. Oh, but here's Anton Johansson going a very strange way to this control.
It's staying a bit low here, but turning, you can see the control in the picture here.
I think he's got his eye on a different boulder. I think he's going to direct to a different boulder.
That's just unfocused in this section. I mean, you can see so far, and it opens up again for Timo Suter here. Oh, now he noticed. Can't see the control, but if you see, now Timo Suter is close again. Will be close.
He will be close. Oh, goodness me, that is, yeah. I mean, that's
this is just
to take that back up to a silver medal now. That's so hard.
It must be some kind of lack of the oxygen now in the height. I mean, this is an easy control. You can easily take direction here. You can focus. You can see the boulder from far away. But it seems that
Maybe he thought there was forking there or something, but I mean, to have two controls on the two boulders, I mean, that is tough, because he was in a strong fight for that silver medal, but now to catch back up to Eskil Shinneberry will be really tough. Okay. And there's not much running, there's not very many controls to go now, and look at that gap for Joey Hadorn and for Switzerland. It's looking really promising.
I can see that he's trying to save it, like now he's in the lead, he knows about the gap, and he's leaving the track here.
Yeah, it's nice and runnable,
he can do it. Often he turns the head backwards to see where the others are.
Yeah, really a lot. And he
but that also shows that he hasn't seen the others, so otherwise he would just keep going once he has an indication about it.
Taking the same line that we saw Daniel Hubman take, and just cutting just underneath that post for the things. He looks back another time to try and see where they are. He knows he's expended so much energy catching them up that hill, and at this point he wants to know whether he's going to have to keep something in the reserves for a sprint finish. But to be honest, it's looking really, really good here for the Swiss runner, and he's got to take. He looks back again. He's got to take a lot of confidence running going forward into the individual races. So that's the 17th control. We know Norway, Sweden are on the chase. Some actual different route choices taken here. And he looks back another time, does Joey Hadorn. He just really wants to make sure he's got this control spot on. And I can already see in the arena, as he punches his last control, all the cheers from the Swiss fans here, as Joey Hadorn has frankly pulled off something spectacular on this last leg. He is able to greet his teammates, Daniel Hubman and Florian Hovald, to take the win here. They can jog up this run-in. It is such a big lead for Joey Hadorn. And if you consider that he was 1 minute 32 behind the leaders when he started his run, he made a couple of pretty drastic mistakes, managed to catch all the way up. His physical shape is fantastic. And really, for me, it was one on the first and the last leg here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, a very good start by Daniel Hubman here. Very experienced, this kind of terrain, that's something he's used to. And then physically struggles for Florian Hovald. He didn't have any technical problems, but he just wasn't there physically. Lost a lot of time. And then very good start for Joey Hadorn. Lost a lot of time to 6 and 7, and I mean any other runner would have been out of the medal fight there, but he was able to fight back in the uphill, got back very strong physically all the way to the finish.
And Norway, as we've just seen in there for second place, Magne Daly, Kasper Fosse, Eskil Shinneberry, they just didn't quite have the pace of the Swiss at the end. And it is Sweden to take that bronze medal as well. Victor Svensk, Emil Svensk and Anton Johansson, Swedish first team after the second team were disqualified.
And another very, very good performance here by the third Swiss team, Timo Suter. And I mean, all three of them have been doing great performances. Timo Suter on the last leg was very impressive, especially in the beginning. Looked very, very strong here in the uphill towards Control 9. Maybe was pushing a bit too hard. Like he saw the chance in front of him to get a medal here. He gave it all. You have to really, hats off for that. He tried, and now he is finished with his fourth position here for the third.
Yeah, Swiss and he was in the lead coming up that hill, in the lead going in just until the few moments of going into that ninth control at that one at the top of the hill, and then
you could feel that he didn't have the pace to,
and he also didn't have the control of that situation into that control.
Yeah, and also in the very end, when Anton Johansson was doing a mistake again, he would have had the chance to fight for the medal, but it was just not good enough physically. But I mean, the fourth position is very good.
Yeah, and the team are already straight into the looking. I don't know what bit they're looking looking at, whether they're looking at that last loop, whether they're looking at the mistakes that Joey had or made. It was really tricky, kind of as we thought in the descent of those controls. We had the Czech team in, and Italy. I mean, is this Italy's best ever relay result? We're going to have to do some check on the stats, I mean, because 6th place is fantastic. They're really happy.
In earlier days as well, with Mamleyev and other runners there, but I mean, it's a very good relay. I would have been tempted to say that it is the performance of the day, but we also have the Swiss third team, and they kind of it's a tough fight there, but very good race. You could see, I mean, I would have expected Bertolis to lose more, to be honest, because he had to fight against strong runners here, and he did a very good job. It's a bit the same story as for Timo Suter. He was in the group up the hill, but then you could feel that the hill kind of killed his performance. Once up there, he had to give it all to be in the group.
To try and recover from that, and you're racing like 5 other guys.
We have to really, again, hats off that he tried to stay in this. I mean, you could also just save the result and maybe drop off earlier and do a clean race, but he tried to be in the medal race for as long as possible. And in the end, it was a 6th position, and that's a very good result.
How about Stansted Eidsmo for Norway 3 coming into the finish right now? To again, you know, the depth in some of those squads, the Swedish squad, the Norwegian squad, the Swiss squad, really, really strong to see him through into the finish, and we'll probably wrap up some of more of the top results as well. But let's have a little recap then of the top 3, this last leg.
Yeah, and I mean, let's focus on Joey Adon here a bit. I mean, he was quite far behind at the start compared to Norway. Had a very good start here, got closer and closer, and you can see that the gap at this place is about 30 seconds only. And now look at this, missing control 6. It was very close, but didn't get it. And then getting too far down into the hill here, not a mistake. And here he was about 1.5 minutes behind, and then just giving it all here in this uphill. And we were talking about this, kind of, it feels like the frustration of the whole season is just exploding in this one uphill here. Getting back already, I mean, it was a minute at control 8, and he had it on the top of the hill again. It's just, he was running 1 minute faster in this uphill. That's just incredible. And then you could see, I mean, he knew about his physical strength. I think this uphill gave him confidence that he is the strongest runner in the field here in the group. And you can just see it on this last loop here. It's just, the gap is just increasing by every meter it's growing. And especially by every meter uphill, it's just...
Now let's watch out for Anton Johansson's mistake here, because he was battling for that silver medal and just goes to the wrong boulder.
I could see that he was heading towards this boulder more to the south. I mean, you have 2 boulders on the way there. You can save up your direction towards control 16. It shouldn't be a problem at this stage. But it's a physically tough race, and it's on almost 2,000 meters high. And if you're lacking oxygen, then orienteering is getting hard.
Well, they're all lacking some sort of oxygen. It's just about who can make it work and who can do the best orienteering when it gets this really, really tough moment. So, of course, as is tradition, we will have this flower ceremony then for the top 3 teams. As ever, we will actually award the medals and things a little bit later on, because you have potential for some protests and all of those kind of things going in. But, of course, the 3rd place team was that one from Sweden, Victor Svensk, Emil Svensk and Anton Johansson. Not the most solid run from the 3 of them, but ultimately I think really Anton Johansson having a fantastic leg at the end, just kind of keeping it there and thereabouts. The Norwegian team, of course, Magna Daly, Kasper Fosse, Esker Shinneberg, Kasper Fosse catching up towards those leaders. After Magna Daly, maybe some troubles in the beginning, he managed to catch back up in the second half of his race, handing over to Kasper Fosse, who does what he does best, catch up towards the front and then put Esker Shinneberg in a fantastic position. But what can we say about this Swiss team? Really fantastic team performance. Such a strong leg for Daniel Hubman to come back in the lead for him. He really want to watch out for what he can do individually. A little bit of a tougher one for Florian Hovald, but he just managed to keep it together enough to put Joey Haddon into a good place. Mistakes for Joey Haddon, controls 6 and 7, not even remotely clean for him, but he was able to really put in that fantastic physical effort, take a little bit of revenge maybe for not the best season for his standards. And what will he be able to do in the individual part of this World Cup final? I think we will really maybe he will have some high expectations for himself. We will have some high expectations for him, I think, as we go into the individual races. But we know this man, he can make a lot of mistakes as well. But he managed to tackle the physical nature, the very varied nature of this terrain. You know, we had a lot of those kind of different parts of the course, varying visibility, the downhill controls that were particularly tough, and then up on this kind of part of the ski slopes on this part to be able to... And these guys did it the best. They were able to do all those different parts best. Let's hear from the winning team.
Congratulations to your win today, Joey. How was it for you to run in with your teammates and to cross the finish line first?
Yeah, it was nice. For me, first time running in forest, the third leg. Sadly, Matthias couldn't run, but I was happy to run today with this team. And yeah, I think we had a good, solid position. I could went out, and yeah, I felt really great physically. Had some hesitations in the forest, but yeah, in the end, I could push and was very happy that I could manage also technically fine to the finish.
Daniel, you did a solid first leg. How was it in the forest for you?
Yeah, the first part was quite hectic in this slope with many runners, but I managed to run quite clean and straight to the controls. And in the second part, I realized I'm physically feeling really good, and the others are dropping a bit behind. So it felt good, and it was also a nice feedback for the coming days.
Florian, what was your tactic on the second leg?
I had the best starting position you can get, so I had a safe and calm start. And then, my legs were heavy, so I'm really happy to have the best teammates you can get today.
Congratulations to you.
Yeah, I mean, the best teammates you can get, maybe the fastest times on the first and the third leg for the Swiss team was really needed today. But a great performance, and interesting to hear Daniel Hubman talking about the feedback he gets from the course. Looking ahead already towards tomorrow and Monday, towards the long distance and the middle distance. So interesting interview, and of course this is that's exactly the thing you want to get as a feedback when you're out there and you feel that the runners are dropping off.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to give him the biggest confidence boost. It's been a long season for these runners, for these orienteers. You know, if you think all the way back to the World Cup in Borås in the spring, and then they're tired. They're really tired. They've had to adapt a lot of different terrains. Kind of change that focus from sprint to forest after the World Championships, to head into those European Championships in Estonia. And then a lot of the runners are using this to kind of have some feedback, maybe have some training ahead of the next World Championships. And they're really wanting to perform well here because it's going to give them a confidence boost or give them a good idea to what to improve on to head into those World Championships next year. So it's been a long, tough season.
I mean, Yeah, you say it exactly right. You want to get a good feedback towards the World Championships, even though the terrain at the World Championships will be a bit different. I mean, this one was just one big slope, and orienteering, that is one kind of orienteering. I think it will be more technical in other parts of the World Championships in a different way. But of course, I mean, it's the same country. It's the same kind of challenge with the height. It's the same, almost the same location. So it's always good to get a good feedback at this at the end of the season, also to keep the motivation going for the winter training and everything.
Definitely.
So very good feedback for all of the runners here.
Yeah, even though if the terrain won't be quite the same as the World Championships, there's something mentally about being in Switzerland, being with the same kind of similar organisers. We've got WOC branding everywhere as well. But the women have had a little bit of a long wait. They made their way up the cable car towards their quarantine. You can see them all checking in there, and they will have not had any idea what has been happening in the men's competition. And since they went into quarantine, the cloud level has descended a little bit. There's now some clouds in the valleys below us, but the visibility remains pretty good. We were a little bit worried maybe from looking at what it was like. Yeah, I know you wanted there to be low visibility. There was really low visibility yesterday, I have got to say. But you know, they'll be running through a lot of their kind of pre-race preparation, trying to think about what their tactics are for the similar legs. You know, they'll have seen who else is running their leg for the different countries, and a little bit shorter, of course, still 260 meters of climb for the women today, and it's going to be a really, really big killer. Jonas, why don't you talk us through what is going to happen on the women's course?
I mean, the course in general looks quite similar to the one we had in men's course. We also have forking right from the start, the same as we have seen before, with this 3 options on these 2 first controls. Then the TV control, the third one, heading down from there into this kind of tricky area where I've seen few mistakes in the men's course. It was this first section here where we have seen most of the mistakes, then also of course at the forking just before the arena passage, but it was this section here, I think, where you have to be really careful to get to the right control. Then different here, not as in the men's race when they went more to the west there, to the route choice. They will go up the slope right from control 6, and then from 7 they will have their route choice to number 8. So it's not exactly the same route choice here, but it's kind of the same idea of the route choice. Maybe even more tempting here to get up and use those small tracks. But I think, and the control is a bit lower as well, so you could go on this middle section as well. We will see what they will choose on this first leg, and of course on the legs behind as well. Another TV control at control 9, so it's not the same TV controls as we have seen before. 10 is forked, it seems to be the same forking as in the men's race, and then we go to the arena passage, so 10, 11 the same as we have seen in the men's race. Also here, this control on this man-made island, let's call it like that, heading out on the last leg, last short loop here. It's a bit shorter than the men's one. 12, 13. No forking here on this last loop for the women. We have had a forking in the men's race, double forking on the first 2 legs, not on the third one, but here we have no forking at all on this last leg. And then back to the finish. So quite a similar course. The idea of the course is kind of the same. You have to start with this forking at the first and second control, then you have the shorter controls, 4, 5, 6, 7 with this forking and control 5 and 6, which is quite demanding, and then the long route choice from 7 to 8.
Yeah, we've got the lineup of the teams here. Again, is it kind of the similar stories to who we're going to be looking out for, even if maybe not the same names?
Yeah, it's a different. It's the same story with different names. It's Sweden, Norway, and Switzerland. We have as the big favorites. I mean, the Swedish team, interesting. We are missing Tove Alexandersson and Lina Strand, two of the runners very high up in the overall World Cup. We have Lisa Risby and Sanna Fast instead. Sarah Hagström is still on this second leg, also the same as she was on the European Championships. And also change in the Norwegian team, Tone Bergerud Lie, now running the first leg. She did very well at the European Championships on the first leg, so that will be a safe card to play maybe.
So too did the Czech team. It's not quite the same team as Finstralova. Dela Finstralova has retired after that one, so Huchichkova will lead them off. Finland, Mia Nittinen is going to get the team underway. Marika Taney, Ida Happala as well. That's pretty good. We know Venla Haju, I think, is unwell, so she is not racing today, hoping to be fit, of course, for the individual races. Elena Roos will lead off the Swiss team, very similar to the team that they had in the European Champs as well, but Sabine Hausfeld will be in, and the new Swiss long distance champion Simone Abersol, the new middle distance European champion, of course, will be on the last leg. Norway, as you just mentioned, Tone Bergerud Lie on the first leg, after maybe giving that call up, and a very good-looking Lisa Risby, but she is so strong in the forest. She had a really, really fantastic World Championships in the Czech Republic last year in that forest one, and Sarah Hagström, Sanna Fast, they're really not a B team, are they?
Mean, Lisa Risby had a good European Championships, but the relay actually didn't went well for her. She finished 22nd on the first leg there, losing 8 minutes and 38 seconds. So there's kind of a revenge going on here maybe today. But she's freezing, really.
Yeah. You see a lot of them have long layers on, and she's just got the short sleeves. It's really cold. So, customary check of the compass, just to check how everything is going. Mats Meijel-Bovee then leading off the French team. She's got a look of steel upon her, just getting that last focus when there's all of these runners around you. There are 40 women on this start line. Some of those are kind of incomplete teams, but they head out quickly, and it is Mia Nittinen who tries to hit the front first, I think. A little bit of a race there down this slope. Elena Roos is also there. Megan Carter-Davis too, the new sprint world champion. I think this terrain will suit her much better than that in Estonia. She likes to run in those Welsh hills, but not like many of the other teams had. Kind of a few weeks in Switzerland to or in the mountains to kind of prepare for this. So Carter-Davis takes it out first towards the start control. Elena Roos in there in second place. Lisa Risby up there too. We've got Norway. We've got another of the Swedish teams. I think that is Hanna Lundberg, and I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about her as well towards this race, as I expect her to be near the front for that second Swedish team. She's already made some inroads in this particular point, and they're already spreading out at the first part of this control. Carter-Davis, Elena Roos really attacking that first part, and now they've got the first bit of hill climbing, and they go into the first control, which is forked, of course.
Very attacking start here by Megan Carter-Davis. Amazing the speed she's just pulling out here towards the first leg. You can see that Hanna Lundberg, she had to work the way up from quite far behind in the starting order to almost top 3 now.
And she's been injured for this whole season. This is her first World Cup race of this, of this year, after kind of bursting onto the scene last year with her win in Idre, and it's been such a shame to not see her in the team at all. We have a team from the Netherlands here. We have got Yves van Dongen leading them out, and it's fantastic to see that there are 3 Dutch women competing here at this World this World Cup. I don't think we've seen that in quite a good many years. So it's great to see that she's actually got a full team to race with. Of course, the medalist from the World Championships in that knockout sprint.
Will be interesting to see how she is able to adapt to the forest. I mean, her physical ability is very good. So maybe if she has a good, if she can hit the right forkings here, then she can be in the pack and maybe, do a good first leg.
Yeah.
Of course, she is a sprint specialist and not really the forest specialist.
No, but we know she's got, as you said, she's got good physical shape. She lives in Sweden, has done for a few years. And although I know this is very different to the Swedish terrain.
She started with orienteering very late, and this, I mean, it's easier to kind of have a good level in sprint orienteering because you don't have to have that fine tuning in technically when you do the orienteering stuff, and it's much more difficult to become a very good orienteer within only a few years when it comes to the forest orienteering. So I think it will be much tougher for her to perform well in a forest relay compared to a sprint race.
Yeah, you can see a lot of them looking up the slope to to get maybe taking some information on all sides to find the right way to attack that control. And I think looking at the GPS tracking, there's already some people who've had a little bit of a tough time, shall we say, to control number one. Let's have a look. Notice where Sweden one is. Lisa Risby, we're talking about her on first legs, and she's messed up the first control.
She got to the A control, had to go back to the C control. And if you look at the gap there between Switzerland one and Sweden one, that's much more than a minute already. Of course, it's...
Ooh, and I think Megan Carter-Davies has also made a mistake. She's going back up the hill. It's hard to tell. I think she is. There's a mistake there too for the Brit.
Impressive, the gap for Switzerland. Of course, we don't have all the teams up here on the GPS, so we don't really know if she's all alone or not. But this is kind of the terrain that suits Elena Roos very well. I mean, she's from the southern part of Switzerland. This kind of orienteering with slope orienteering, very steep terrain, that's exactly what this is the kind of terrain she's grown up in, so that will suit her well. But of course, I mean, there are other teams as well, and I think, she's not all alone. We just didn't have the GPS of the others.
Yeah.
So this seems like Norway too.
Elna Ross in there, yeah. Ingrid Lundenes too. We've got, is that
Switzerland 2 maybe? Anna Gross, Hanna Lundberg.
Yes, yep. Mel Bové there.
And the Norwegian team, I guess it was.
Yep,
yes.
First Norwegian team. The Czech team as well. That's not the first Czech team. That's the second Czech team. That's Jana Pekarova.
Second Finnish. No, the first team.
The first Finnish team, Mia Nittinen. Another of the Norwegian teams, that's Anna Ulvinson. And this looks like Joe Shepherd in there. It's the second British team.
Third Swiss team, Eliane Deininger.
And Vendula Kohocichkova as well. So let's have a look at these two mistakes. So Lisa Risby and Megan Carter-Davies, who we saw at the start of that.
You could see
relay.
that Lisa Risby just followed to the wrong control. I got that feeling when she was at the start and just freezing, that hope that this is not making an impact on her focus here. Seems to be a bit unfocused on these first two controls. And also struggles there for Megan Carter-Davies at the first control. She lost a lot of time.
Yeah, she went to B and she should have had C. For me, that's a big gap. That's a long... B is a long way from C, is what I'm trying to say. So that's...
Yeah, and A is a long way from C as well.
Well, yeah. They're not that close together, those controls. So that's, tough stuff. Let's see if we can catch them up. We've had 22 people through this control already, 22 runners. And let's see where those gaps are.
Here she is, Lisa Risby, and you can see the gap now, almost 2 minutes. Running together there with Moldova. So that's not really the teams you want to have around you if you're running for the first Swedish team.
Yeah, now to fight hard to catch up a group, that's going to be really tough.
There are no other teams in between, so that's the really difficult thing. There's no other teams you can take the back from and just try to get in contact again. And
I think this is control. That was control number 4, and it looked like Hanna Lundberg.
I don't think we have seen all of the teams there in the picture. Spread out a little bit.
Elena Roos.
Now there is Elena Roos, very characteristical with this stop and go in the terrain for her. You can see now they head towards the forkings here. And Elena Roos, she has the A forking.
It's the middle one.
I'm sure we'll get the GPS up later. Maybe wait until we have the GPS up until I tell you the forkings.
Paula Gross is there as well, just on her back. Let's have a look at these forkings now.
So Elena Roos has A. We have the Swedish second team. Hanna Lundberg has C. So
She's
she
probably
seems
already
to
got
have
that
punched,
control.
yeah.
There she is, with the Norwegian.
Norway, they had C there, but seems all right here.
Looks like Norway won, so Tone Bergerud-Lia.
Of course, it's a good option here at control 5. They have C, it's the closest one, then you can just turn direction towards next control.
But looking on the picture, you know, you can see how the visibility changes. You can see some hesitation here as well. And you can see that they're really just looking around. I think it's spotted the control, maybe just about. It's really tough work to do that. And you can see maybe they dropped a little bit too low. It's hard to tell.
It's not Elena Roos.
The control.
It's the Paula Gross here. Yeah, it is. I'm sure about that.
And then there's a big climb up
You can
to
also
the
see, if
control.
you look at Switzerland there, Elena Roos, she got a little bit off direction. This is Paula Gross.
I think she's too low down or gone quite a long way along. I wonder if she's looking for the B control, so the furthest one along this slope. She seemed to contour around quite a lot. Evidently not really sure whether she's too high or too low. And now she's alone in the forest. This is tough.
I mean, it's hard to see the contours here. Often they are very soft, just turning a little bit, and she's looking for a kind of a 2.5 meter curve here only, so it's very hard to spot in the terrain if you don't know where to look at.
No, this is really hard to try and relocate from because everything looks the same. It's just a slope, and you can see the way she's crisscrossing up and down.
Yes.
There's the control, though. You see, just it's a tiny little re-entrant that she's in. It's in the open, though.
This is control 7, so we are waiting for Hanna Lundberg.
Here she is.
Tone Bergerud-Lia. There is Norway.
Long legs of Hanna Lundberg, and she, again, we need to remember she's also still a junior. She's going to be looking to those rearranged forest events for the Junior World Championships in Portugal. They're going to be in November, so her season has pretty much only just begun, especially with all the injuries she had. Here, the 2 Norwegian runners, so Tone Bergerud-Lia followed by Ingrid Lundenes.
I think we've seen other teams in the back there. There is Elena Roos. The first team, then it's Finn.
No, it's GB, it's Jo Shepherd.
And another Norwegian team, Anna Ulvensund, I think. Yeah.
Yep. Then
Here
this is Finland. And Nittinen, I think they're in 7th position.
And now they are just they're waiting this long leg to control 8 with a lot of climbing. So this is, yeah,
This is
the tough
this is
part of the
really
course.
hard.
I mean, they had already control 6 to 7 the climbing. But if you remember the men's race, they had another one in the slope and then uphill. And here we have Paula Groos, lost about a minute there at the control before. Hungary, we have France.
Poland.
It's not the first French team. Here we have the first team, Maëlle Bovir.
And of course, we want to look back to the other Swedish team, of course. Here's Vendila Hočičková for the Czech Republic. No sign yet of Lisa Risby. And more climbing. Let's have a detailed look at this control 7 to 8. It's a completely different leg to the men's course, and I wonder if the approach to that control number 8 will mean they do a little something different. It's going to be really hard.
It's a different leg with the same characteristics. You can head up into the slope quite straight ahead from the control. I don't think they will round it that much. In that case, you can go down a little bit earlier there. You have some yellow parts. Of course, if you go down there, the valley where it's rocky, it's always a risk that it's hard to get up again, but I think it's possible. Then you have the red route choice here. In my opinion, this one is a bit tricky because to find this track in the middle there of the leg is it's not that easy. So it's kind of a risk to, if you miss that one, then this route is definitely slower. Then you have the one to the south, and my problem there would be that often when you run just below cliffs, you don't know how good runnability is because sometimes there are rocks falling down and it's kind of rocky down there. And to run in a slope when you don't have good underground, it's really not the thing you want to do. So in my opinion, the safest one and also the shortest one is the one where you go up directly, maybe with a different end of that route.
So the blue one that we saw, but with a different end, maybe not going all the way around there. We will see what people do.
So here we can see that Lisa Risby has punched this control, I guess.
Yeah, and heading up the hill now. But that mistake at the first control really has cost that team.
Yeah, it's a tough start, but I mean, they have a very strong team. Also, on the second and third leg, so Sara Hagström, she had the best time in the European Championships, and then Sanna Fast is a very strong runner as well. So it's not over for the first Swedish team, but of course it's a tough start for them.
So they all head up out of the tree line then on this blue route. You've got to watch the end of these out of bounds areas as well. And because they'll then go back into this steeper part, but choosing to go on the cut grass, the shorter grass section does seem to be a good thing. And at the moment, I mean, obviously we haven't got everybody's GPS trackers up there, but at the moment everybody kind of taking that similar route. Don't know how much it's going to track up, and then maybe just hugging this out of bounds section at the top. They're not really going to want to lose very much height here at all.
And where they are now, you can see that there is a small track. It's under the blue line, but there is one. So we have again the struggles from Paula Groos in the picture.
Yeah, and maybe she won't enjoy us showing it once more time. But you can see just the way she's able to look around and really didn't have the control of the situation. You can see how much her head is turning, how much she's trying to look in the map, and whenever what can you spot in that picture?
That's exactly the point.
Really
I mean,
hard.
you have to be, as long as you have good contact with the map, this kind of terrain is totally doable and handleable. But as soon as you lose contact, it's hard to relocate. And in my opinion,
what do you make of this? Are they out of bounds?
Yeah, Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, the GPS often is a bit hard in these valleys, but it doesn't look
You
good.
can't use the GPS tracking as they're definitely out of bounds or they're definitely not out of bounds because it's not good enough. But
I mean, no matter if they are out of bounds or not, it's not a good position to be in.
And now some of the others are rounding the way more, and maybe did they make a parallel error or something? I don't know. Maybe they've realised they can't go up that too far.
It's hard to say how accurate the GPS is, really. But if it's accurate or not, you should go back down on the track there and use that track. We have one team there. I think it's Poland. They are close to the track, but...
Well, you can see from the map that there's no boundary to that out of bounds. You know, it's unlikely to be taped.
Doesn't expect them to run up there.
Well, no, but especially if there was a boundary to it, you'd think that you might want to use that boundary to do some easy navigation. So, yeah. They do. I mean, that is well within the hashed area. Even
we
for the
will
GPS
definitely get an indication here if they go through the olive on the GPS, then they are. I mean, this is really.
Now they've come up the slope. They've hit this olive green, and they've got to go around the fence. It's a big old fence. You can't really cross that.
If you want to hear my honest opinion, I think they're out of bounds. But I don't. It's hard to say, and as you said, I don't know how easy it is to disqualify someone for out. I mean, if someone is there and is looking, then might be. But what we can say is that Sweden 1 and Switzerland 2, they are up there now again with the leading group. So they've
done a better job.
Not, they have lost a lot of time going in there, it's so hard to say. My guess is that they were out of bounds. They didn't win of it, but of course this is some grey zone here.
Yeah, there are always discussions about it. Luckily, it's not our job to disqualify anybody to have to make any of those decisions. But, we know what orienteers are like, and we know there will always be discussions of things like this. I think you're right. I don't think it's made too much of an impact, and I think because
it doesn't really matter if it made an impact or not. The rules are here to. I mean, there is a reason why we have rules. So, but I don't know what the rules are on disqualifying people just due to the GPS information.
Yeah, for me, the GPS information isn't enough, and it's hard when there's not a boundary, like a physical boundary, not some tape or anything to that. Anyway, we digress. We're at the next control, or there's one of the control further in the bottom, and then they'll come up to this one, I think. So we will really soon catch them running across this area. I think we'll see if we are able to pick out any of the shapes as they maybe stick towards more of the tracks. It's going to be interesting to see. Remember, we talked about this blue route choice. We'll see whether they cut through some of the green bushes or whether they will go round.
You can see the green bushes here in the foreground. So now we see them here coming. I think it's Norway in the lead.
Yep, Switzerland is there.
Yeah, in third position.
Great Britain, Jo Shepherd looking really good. She's in the second team, lives and trains in Norway. Halden.
Anna Lundberg, I think, is there to the right. Then you have a Norwegian team in fourth position, might be Ingrid Lundenes. I mean, all three of the Norwegian teams are there. Then back there we have Lisa Risby.
And Paolo Gross as well, yeah.
And is it Finland?
I think it is. Mia Nittinen was up there for Finland. Looks like it's Finland 1.
So you can see now that they are not running around this green as the route choice we have seen on the screen suggested. I think they will head down here and then up again.
Yeah, you just kind of got to get your head down and get through those green bushes. I think you've just got to pop out somewhere the other side and find the control.
Getting down is not the problem. It's if you're like able to climb up again on the other side, because we have seen the struggles they had when they were just running in the slope there towards the forking just after TV control in the men's race. And if it's like if the underground is like there, like sandy, and it's wet, then it can be really tough to get up. But I think it should be possible here. Otherwise, you just go a little bit further down, then it's definitely possible.
And the green bit is on the downhill side. The
Yeah.
really green bit is on the downhill section, and then it's less green coming up. So you can see in the foreground that is control number 9. So they will be further down. You can actually see the little gully, the dotted brown line. You can see that in the terrain. So they're just going to be further down on that line. I'm sure we'll be able to spot them very, very soon, coming up somewhere from those bushes. Let's see who we can spot first.
See them a little bit more from the left. They will come in to the... Yeah, there we are.
Yeah, there we go.
Someone at least.
Maybe a Norwegian kit.
Is it...
Then Joe Shepherd, I think, yeah.
Far down the hill. Oh, but okay, we are to control 9 with the... There we see the control, yeah. Punching there. This is a big group now again.
This is a really big group. 8 runners in picture. And some of those who made mistakes back up in that group of 8, of course.
I mean, all of them have done mistakes. Either it was between control 7 and 8, or then it was at the first control, or somewhere in the first part. But no one here, almost no one here has had a clean race so far. And here you can see how tough it is, this uphill. I mean, just on this short, between control 8 and 9, it's 25 meters of climbing. And it's not only this one. I mean, we had already on the route before, we had a lot of climbing, around 100 meters. And if you go back, even at control 6, there's another 50 meters of climbing. So, yeah, it's a tough course today.
It is really, really tough. And, you know, it is incredibly steep. It's hard to show, I think, on the camera as we have a second group coming through to the previous control. But it looks like it is Joe Shepherd who's going to take that one first. Then Lisa Risby. Then we have Tene Begard-Lie, the first team from Norway. Eleanor Ross still there as well. And just, you can see how knackered they all are. Paula Gross has managed to catch up after that mistake.
Like a walking group here.
It looks like, I mean, maybe it's not the best advert for orienteering in terms of, you know, these are peak athletes who are trying to scale this hill that's at 1,900 meters above sea level and really, really pushing it incredibly hard. And they are struggling up the steepness of this hill, and they've got more climbing to go as well. I mean, it's just incredible. So you can see that group kind of was in that, those 8 runners were in those 2 groups with Joe Shepherd, Tene Begard-Lie, Lisa Risby in that kind of leading group. Obviously Eleanor Ross as well. So those leading 4 athletes too. And then obviously they get split up into the next control, and then we will see them at this arena passage. And then for the women, it's a shorter loop after that arena passage. You can see how it's just the scrambling up the hill there, and maybe they are splitting up now. You've got to identify all of those. Exactly.
Sweden with control A, so she's on the way to the right control there. So let's see who else has A. One of the top teams.
I think if the camera's in the same place as it was for the men's, we're in 10B. And we're going to see a lot of the runners up here. This is, of course, where we saw that mistake from Sweden too in the men's race.
And look how deep it is down to this small stream here. See that the runner from Slovakia is just sliding down. Here we have 2 runners towards the B option. You can see down the hill there, runners towards the C option as well.
So this is Norway, Tene Begard-Lie, and Great Britain 2, Joe Shepherd. And then they got to drop actually a little bit of height overall on this next leg to go to the arena passage. And so they try and make their way through these rocks. You can see the two Swiss runners in the right-hand side of the picture, I think, as they maybe a small miss, a few seconds lost for Eleanor Ross at her control.
But we are talking about like 5 seconds, so it's not a very big miss there. It's just heading towards the wrong kind of stone there, but she noticed very early, so no bigger problem.
And now you can see Jo Shepherd just trying to open up and push ahead here, as we've got Eleanor Ross, I think, leading out and they're all making their way towards this arena.
My guess is that the C option might be the fastest one on this course, because you don't have to climb up that far in the hill. And also, I mean, that's the reason why we see Eleanor Ross here in the lead. We also see Paula Gross. She had the same control there, the C option as well.
So Eleanor Ross, we're on familiar terrain, and she is still leading this relay. She's got to make sure she does the loop correct and does this control on the passage. They want to stay down on the path. And then they got this control on the pontoon. But you can see even further back there, a lot of the runners still kind of, the group is stretched out, but as we've said before, in this type of terrain, you can see a long way. So it is Eleanor Ross in the lead for Switzerland. Can they repeat the feats of the men? Jo Shepherd in second place, Tony Bergwood-Lear in third place for Norway. Another great first leg run from that Norwegian. Paula Gross has managed to, she did a really good uphill leg, uphill control, and she managed to catch up after her mistakes. So too did Lisa Risby. Those two, Paula Gross, Lisa Risby, had the best uphill running. Hannah Lundberg is in there as well. Ingrid Lundenez, Mia Nittinen and Anna Ulvenson as well, and they run round this arena ready for a fairly shortish loop, so we'll soon be ready for the exchange between the first and second legs of this relay.
I mean, it's a short loop, but there are another like 25 or more meters climbing ahead of them, so it's not over yet with the climbing. So we can see Paula Gross heading out here on towards the last 4 controls.
And that was the leader, Eleanor Ross, having to go out and back on this section on the pontoon. But of course, we'll get the good feedback about the lead. This is like Alexandra Hornig from Poland, with the Austrian team there as well, another of the Finnish teams, the Slovakian team doing well. And a bit of a gap then from Nittinen in Finland, who's 29 seconds down, back to Alexandra Hornig. Over a minute gap between 9th and 10th positions. Elena Babic there for Ukraine.
Here we can see the leading group, Eleanor Ross, Tone Berger-Lie and Jo Shepherd. Running into, I think this is control 12, you can see here, yeah.
And Paula Gross has taken a bit of a different approach to that control, approaching from the south.
I mean, that's okay. Not really necessary, but I don't think she will lose time doing this. Maybe the control is a bit easier, but it shouldn't be a big problem also from the other direction. But it shows you at least, I mean, she's reading the map her own, she's going her own way, so it's always a good sign if a runner kind of has an own plan.
Absolutely. And then they climb again. And it is Lisa Risby here. As they climb up towards the pond. Past the marsh though first, and there's a little track that they can be on for a few meters. And this group of 4, Sweden, Norway, Switzerland, and
I think
Britain.
you can see how tough it is for Joe Shepard now to follow. You can see the steps, they don't look that round anymore as they looked in the beginning. Trying to save some energy here in some way or another. But it's brutal. I mean, it doesn't look that steep here in the pictures, but it is actually really steep.
Scaring a little bit of the wildlife.
I'm talking about the mountain goats before.
Yeah.
We have them in the picture now.
Yeah, everyone would want to be channeling the mountain goat attitude to just get up the hill and attack this course as much as they can, but it's so tricky around here.
You would wish you had the legs of the mountain goat there in this uphill.
Absolutely. And they appear from this re-entrant, and there's the control, of course. Lisa Risby has managed to get a gap then,
And
so she's looking good.
From here, it's only downhill left to the finish. So finally, I think for them, there's no more meters to climb.
By far, look at compared to Tone Begard-Lear, Lisa Risby is much quicker into her running stride.
It's always a good indication on the physical strength of the runner or condition. It's like how fast after the uphill are they ready again to take up the running.
And that was very, very quick from Lisa Risby.
Looked good there. She already started to run before the control again. Also quite a good performance by Hanna Lundberg. I mean, she was, as you mentioned before, she was out the whole season more or less. First World Cup round here, or one of the first World Cup races this season, so it's kind of tough. And then you get this challenge here with this kind of terrain.
Yeah, I got to fight through these little trees, these little bushes, but it's fairly simple to find this 14th control. And Lisa Risby is looking actually really confident and really happy. She looks like she's having some fun on this.
She doesn't look as cold anymore as she looked at the starting line, at least.
No, she's warmed up and she is in fine form. She is making such good progress over here, and I think she's really going to actually take a bit of a gap out of the others. She goes straight. She's followed by Joe Shepard, who... no, she's not followed by Joe Shepard. She's followed by Tone Begard-Lear, who's also going straight. Joe Shepard and Eleanor Ross have gone around the track to this
interesting
one.
to see. We have had that in the men's race as well. Runners, Magne Daly, for example, on the first leg. I mean, the runnability there is really good, but you can see that the runnability here, except for this part, is quite good as well. So I wonder if it's necessary. But we have seen many runners do that, also in the men's race. So I don't think that they will lose a lot of time there.
There's the control there. You can see it in the distance, set across the backdrop of the Swiss Alps. And Eleanor Ross is on her way down to the same control as well. But she will not... I wonder if she's lost a little bit of time from going around there. It's hard to say. There's the Norwegian Tone Begard-Lear in second place. That's the 14th control. One more to go before the exchange. And Lisa Risby will be eyeing up Sarah Hagström, who will be getting ready to head off. Maria Olausen will be the second leg runner for the first Norwegian team. Eleanor Ross has punched that control we've just seen as well on her way in towards the finish, where she'll hand over to Sabina Haustvedt. And the British team also ready to go as well. Handing over to Laura King, who has been living in Switzerland, I think, for a bit. Don't know how familiar she's going to be with terrain like this. Here's Lisa Risby, though. And after a bit of a what did she say?
I think I just heard the second part, but you have to be careful. there's a lot of things happening on the scores. Something like that. Unfortunately, I didn't hear the first words. Let's just see with a smile.
Yeah, some words of advice then for Sarah Hagström as she heads out. Jo Shepherd handing over to Laura King. But those are the top 4 teams then after leg 1. So we have Sweden 1, Norway 1, Switzerland 1, and then Great Britain 2.
There we also have Finland. Seem to come into 7th position. All of them still within a minute. So we have Marika Taini now in the second leg for Finland.
Anna Orvinsson handing over there to Emma-Louise Arneson. And if you look at the second Swedish team, we've got Johanna Åberg on there, Johanna Åberg. Ingrid Lundenes.
Yeah, we got the GPS here, and this again is the part where they run most likely into this area out of bounds. But it's so hard to say, and we got the information that there won't be any disqualifications or anything on this. My guess is that it's, that you can't make any consequences out of the GPS tracking. And, I mean, in the end, they just lost a lot of time there, so it's nothing happened more than that. I mean, if they would have been winning time by that, would be a different thing. But I think that's an okay decision. And as I said, I don't think you can disqualify anyone when they are running, on the border of an out-of-bounds area from GPS tracking.
Well, I'm sure the discussion on this is not over by any means. We know that there are a lot of people with Kurtz who will be looking very, very carefully at the rules, shall we say. But we'll head back to the live shot then.
Yeah, and this part used to be kind of an interesting part where many things happen. We can see that Sweden now has a good position there. Switzerland punching the C control. That's the one they need. Sweden with the A1 here. So they had a good start here. Sarah Hagström. Norway, they're having the A option there. Also, they have also been at the right control. You can see that Switzerland is dropping down a lot there. Out from control C. I wonder if she missed the track a little bit. Has to go up again now. Hope for her that she's not dropping too much, because she has to climb up there again to the C1. I mean, it's from here, it's not a climb actually. It's on the same height, but the direction didn't seem right. Out from control C. Don't see any bigger problems here so far. Maybe that Great Britain a bit for a long time in the slope there, but otherwise this looked all good here from the top teams. That's a changeover from Sweden. Lisa Risby to Sarah Hagström. Maybe Sarah Hagström, one of the strongest runners here on this second leg, as we mentioned before, at the European Championships. Actually, the only one from the Swedish team that has been in the first team at the European Championships, and she had the best time on the second leg. Now again back on the second leg here. Seems to feel comfortable with that leg here after the stressy situation and on the first leg and just before the decision on the third leg. Here we have her in the picture towards the first TV control. There was another runner in the background. Let's see who it was. It's Norway, Marie Olaussen. So that's the first Norwegian team here. So she had a good second leg at the European Championships, finishing or having the 5th fastest time there. And now we're waiting for the other teams here. Switzerland, we saw that.
It's now a big gap, I think. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So they were pretty close. Eleanor Ross was pretty close behind Norway at the exchange.
Yeah, and then Sabine Hauswirth dropped she lost a bit of time there when she went out from control 1, the C option. Let's see here, it's coming. I think this looks a bit like a blue kit. Could be Finland or Czech Republic. I think it's, or Great Britain. No, it's Finland, right? Yeah, Marika Teini. And there we have Switzerland as well. It's Katherine Müller for the second team. Had a great fall season so far. Took a medal at the Swiss Championships and was very strong at the Student World Championships.
Yeah, so running full of confidence, and it really shows on this particular one. So we wait then for the next few teams, and actually we head back down to the slope. I think you can see all the rocks here around control number 4. And there was that the punch there for Sara Hagström as she looks already, oh, there it is. You can see her just looking up, looking around a lot, and maybe a little bit of a catching up there. Maria Olausson, much stronger into that control, and now they've got to lift their heads up for the next control, which is forked, and see all the different things they can spot. You've really got to use the compass really strong, and you can maybe see Sara Hagström here just looking around quite a bit, making sure she's, you know, can tick off all those features that are around her. There's not loads to tick off, so really wanting to see as much as she can and straight into that control there, but it's not the Norwegians' control. So in and out quickly from Sara Hagström, but Maria Olausson will have to go to a different control.
She will have to go to the A option, so she's too high up the slope there.
And it's not too, you know, it's not unreasonable to go via there to that control.
No, as
you know,
long as
via C to go to control 5.
If you exactly know where you are, then it's not a big problem.
Yeah.
But of course, I mean, it's slowing her down because she has to stop and check the control, and then she has to try to relocate and be sure where she is.
And now, of course, Sara Hagström can already make her way to control number 6, and that is really good for her.
See the two Swiss team
drop
behind.
A little bit further down though.
First Swiss team and the second one there. Sabine Hauswirth and Katherine Müller, and also Finland, Marika Teini, and the second Norwegian team with Victoria Hestad Björnstad. Here we have them splitting up a bit. We have the second Swiss team with the C option and the first Swiss team with the B option. So yeah, it's very reasonable that they split up there. Katherine Müller has to go and stay up the slope, and Sabine Hauswirth has to drop all the way to the B option.
Yeah, we'd be a bit worried if we saw them all running together at this point.
Marika Teini, she also has the B control, so the same one as Sabine Hauswirth. Would have been interesting to just stay a few more seconds because they started to hesitate there.
So that was the leaders, so we could see that Sara Hagström punched that control, and just those few extra seconds taken, right?
It wasn't big of a concern for her. It seemed that she had quite of kind of control over the situation, that this is not her control. She didn't go all the way to the control to double check the number.
Here's Marika Teini. Of course, relishing another forest race for her. We just follow her along to, I think it was the B control, so she's got to go quite a long way along this slope, down and up after the re-entrant to make sure she gets that control okay, but it looks like there's no problems, I think. This is the control they're looking for.
It's the control we have seen Paula Gross at for quite a while, but they are already at control 7 here, the leaders, Sara Hagström and Maria Olausson.
There's Sara Hagström.
So this is the control just before this long leg where we had the big group struggling on the first leg before.
Yeah, well, we saw them go in what looks like in the out-of-bounds area. We have had confirmation that there won't be any disqualifications for doing that, but we certainly know they lost time by doing so, and that really actually allowed these teams to catch up.
My feeling is that Katherine Müller must have lost time there at the C option because she was together with Sabine Hauswirth and Marika Teini, but now she's quite far behind, and it's actually the first of the controls coming here. So she must have done a small mistake.
Here's Sabine Hauswirth and Marika Teini. Could you see how looking around? There's the control though.
And you can see how difficult it is to spot the controls. I mean, you couldn't see it now until the very last second, even though it's very open and good visibility. And from here, I mean, this is where the uphill starts. I mean, all the way to control 8 and 9, you have an uphill, and then also to control 10, it's not stopping. So it's a tough course here today.
It really is. The orienteering is very difficult when you're descending, and the physical nature, the climbing is so hard when you're going up these hills. There's no real let up pretty much anywhere.
Yeah, I mean the orienteering doesn't get easier after just the climbing. So it's that kind of.
No, then you're in even more oxygen debt, and you're gonna find it even harder to make those controls.
So we're back at control 7. TV control, and you see the gap is big already, more than 2 minutes.
These two are working really hard together, and they are pulling away from the rest of the gaps. Hagström and Olausen, super, super strong. So we've got some more. Here's Hauswirth, though, for this first Swiss team, and Marika Teini for the Finnish team.
You can just see, if you compared those two runners to the two runners before, they are always a little bit hesitating just on the last meters when they attack the control. And if you compare that to Hagström and Olausen, it feels as if they are pushing every meter towards the control. And I think that's the big difference here. You have
Katherine Müller.
Got a bit closer again, had a shorter option there at control 6. I mean, both Hauswirth and Teini, they had to go all the way on the other side of this small valley, so of course that's also a few seconds they lost due to this forking, but it's obvious that Hagström and Olausen, they are pushing hard here on this second leg.
All right, so we look at this long leg, take 2, and we can see the options that they're doing. They're kind of very diagonally going up this slope, but it will be interesting to see what happens from there, I think. Then it'll get more interesting.
Anna Öberg for the second Swedish team. And me up the hill here. They had Hanna Lundberg on the first leg, so I think that Johanna Öberg, she lost a little bit of time here, this first section. Getting to control 7 here, 3:46 behind.
The gap's really opening up at this point.
Together with the second Finnish team. Tuomisto.
Yeah, and then you get back to the importance of being in a good group and being in a group that's attacking and working hard. And at the moment, Sweden won, Norway won a similar line.
It's going on a different route there, so she's most probably going to this red option. Let's see how they tackle Norway and Sweden, how they tackle this option up there. Also, they are a bit high for the track, but I think they will go down there maybe. Or
you have to drop some height there, and you really don't want to.
When I see this here, my guess is that there is a small track up there where it's like an animal track that leads to that they think that they are on the track below, because they are doing exactly the same as we have seen on the first.
But I don't think you can even think you're on the... really?
I mean, if you go up there and then you think often the change between forest and semi-open it's not that clear here, because you have this, the tree line. And if there's an animal track, as it seems to, then they think that they're on the track below, and that leads to that they go into this forbidden
they
area
think they're
or
on that blue
out of
line
bounds.
right now where there's a track underneath. And they're
That's
just
my
not.
guess, because they are doing exactly the same as the runners on the first leg here. And I mean, why should everyone do exactly the same?
Yeah, well, they go up very high, and maybe this is going to be advantage Switzerland here, because Sabine Hauswirth pretty much staying on this line here, on that red line that we thought people might go towards, and it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it will be interesting to see if she can hit that small track there in between, or if it's, I mean, maybe it's not a problem to run through there anyway. But she's quite low in the slope now. She could have stayed. If she stays so low, she could have stayed a little bit longer on the path. Run over the stream on the street and then head up there into the slope. But you can see that the Swedish first team, Norwegian, maybe they're not exactly as much up in the slope as.
No, it doesn't seem like it's quite as much.
They are in as well. They are more or less at the same position that the others were before. You can see now that Norway seems to drop out again. Maybe they noticed they got control over the situation, or she got control over the situation. But they will also lose time there.
Sweden too.
And now it's
Berry also on the track, as well as Finland too.
It'll also be interesting to see if Marika Teini and
Paula Gross head on the same route.
Gross, yeah. If they go into this, you see. They do exactly the same, or at least Paula Gross is doing the same. I think that Marika Teini actually got this small track now. And that Paula Gross might go down there now as well. Have to see. But they're also good now, very soon. Sabine Hauswirth is back on the red line. You can really see that Marika Teini, she got that track. I don't think that Paula Gross, I think she will just head down now to Marika Teini. You also have the second Norwegian team. And if you see that Sabine Hauswirth is really hitting the track, or it looks like that, maybe she's a bit high up, but she might see it anyway. And I mean, if she does, then this is a good option. And now it seems that she can speed up there, so I think she has it. Mm-hmm. So then, it might be a change here, the lead.
Yeah, because then I think, most of the runners have done most of the climb now.
Yeah, of course. I mean, she has to climb another 25 meters, but I think she will regain some time here.
We can see those who Sweden won, Norway won, have they just come to the top of the slope. We can see from our vantage point in our commentary box that they have made it all the way up that slope now. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see who makes it to Control 8 first, sorry.
You can also see that Sweden 2 and Finland 2, they are too low in the slope there. Not hitting the track either, but they had a different approach. They went into the slope, they first followed the street and then went up the slope. I don't think that's a good option. Then you should stay in the slope and go to the same route as the men did in their race. Here we can see a runner coming. I think it's Norway. There's Sweden there in the background. We can see another runner.
I think they're coming down the slope now. That might be the Norwegian coming down there. I think it was one of the runners from the other legs.
From the first leg.
I think they're dropping down the slope now is Norway.
Yeah, it is.
And Maria Olausson, and then in the left of the picture, dropping down is Sweden 1, so Sarah Hagström.
Let's see. I mean, they're still quite far from the control. My guess is that they are first at the control, but I think that Sabine Hauswirth will be closer. It'll be very interesting to see.
Really, really interesting to see. And we can tell on the GPS tracking that Oh, in fact, I think the Swedish runner, Sarah Hagström, might be going all the way around the top of this bushy part that we can see. Yeah, let's confirm that there. So Norway and Maria Larsson, she actually drops very, very low. I think she's trying to minimise the amount of green she has to go through. Meanwhile, Sarah Hagström keeping high and then has to come all the way down that hill to number 8 and then back up again to number 9. So actually, this could be so interesting by the time we get there. But look at Hausfrit. The Switzerland one, it's looking really good for her. So this is the 9th control in the foreground here, and it's going to be down the bottom, right in that little gully in the little by the trees is going to be the control number 8, and that is Sarah Hagström.
The gap before was around 2 minutes, I guess.
So it's good to go round the top.
I mean,
it is good to go around the top.
Yeah, that's a good.
There we go. She's now in the lead.
Hauswirth, and you can see the gap before was about 2 minutes. Now she's very close to the leader. But
compared to Norway, you can just see there in the background, it's much better for Sarah Hagström.
But Norway didn't go around in a good way.
It dropped too low.
She got far too low, so that was a bad decision. So I don't know if it would have been so much better to go around, but it wouldn't have been much worse anyway. But now a good choice here by Sabine Hauswirth. Maybe, in the end, a bit lucky as well that it seems that the track is leading them a bit out from the direction there between control 7 and 8, but still, good decision in the end.
Yeah.
If you see in the first leg, the Swedish first team was a bit lucky that the others got in there. Now in the second leg, maybe they're a bit unlucky again. So seems to be all right.
Look how much Sarah Hagström is looking to her right. She's trying to pick out a line, I think, for her to use. She knows exactly where the control is. It's just the other side of this boulder. And they're using this as an opportunity to read the map so much, and she is ready to go straight away when she punches that control. That is exactly what you want to see. The others all start looking to their rights as well, see where the next option is.
Maria Olausson is working a lot with her arms, trying to get some kind of the pressure off the legs. That's a very classic technique in the uphill running. Use the arms to support the legs there. So we're going to see a replay here of this route between control 7 and 8. You see that Sweden and Norway heading up the hill there, and then they do almost exactly the same as the runners, the group on the first leg. Maybe there is a small track leading into this out of bounds area, or at least to the board, and you can see that Sabine Hauswirth hit that small track perfectly, then going here. And here, this is not a good option by Maria Olausson. She should stay up there and attack the control more directly if she goes through the valley. But quite a good decision for Sarah Hagström to go all the way around.
And those three, they have really, really got a clear gap now, and the others are... The kind of next group are going to be cutting through there, as you can see from the left. I think we've got Norway 2 in there, in that little group. So Victoria Hestad Björnstad is there for Norway 2. Here's Finland, Marika Tainey. And we should have the second Swiss team as well.
And we had Marika Tainey together with Sabine Hauswirth at the control before. So definitely a good option here from Sabine Hauswirth. I think Tainey, she will lose more than 2 minutes compared to Sabine Hauswirth, because the time will stop at the next control. There's also Katherine Müller. Or is it Paula Gross? It's hard to say.
It's Katherine Müller. Yeah.
Is it really? Yeah, it is, for the second Swiss team.
So there's the leading group of 3 you could just see on the graphics there. Sweden 1, Switzerland 1, Norway 1. And then this is this second group, chasing group of 3. But we're going to skip back up ahead, and this is our leading runner here. Looks like she's just... I don't know, checking back to see where everybody else is. I'm not really sure. It looks like she had control over that section.
But this is the forking, so she won't see the others.
No, she won't.
And of course, it's Katrin Müller-Pallegros was running the first leg for this team, so We have Victoria Hestad Bjørnstad for Norway, Marika Teini, Katherine Müller. In the background, we see another team going down there to punch the control.
I think it's the second Swedish team.
Johanna Öberg. Can you also see here how she supports the legs with her arms.
So tough, so tricky. And we can now follow Sara Hagström through to the arena. Can spot her coming over what are essentially ski slopes in the winter. And towards this arena where we have the control on the pontoon. And she should be really, really happy with the performance and the way she's managed to stretch out the lead. She's still looking back. Of course, they had that forked control. She won't know it, that there was a gaffle on that previous control, but I think it was advantage to Sweden there. And her route choice into control 8 did a good job for her there.
This is Sabine Huisveld now. I think the gap will be around 50 seconds, but we will get the time at the next control at the arena passage.
So they've still got to do this last loop before they return to the changeover, but Sara Hagström will hand over to Sanna Fast. And Sabina Hausvit will hand over to Simona Abersold. Oh, she's going the wrong way. Luckily, she gets told. There was a little kind of diagram in the final details, in bulletin 4 that showed them the route, but I'm kind of surprised it isn't really signed.
Can blame the oxygen lack.
Yeah, you absolutely can. Hausvit is here. And let's have a look at the gap then. The gap is 32 seconds. That's pretty good there. And then Ria Olausson is a little bit further back, 41 seconds. So Hagström pulling away from those two, but still one last loop and then another relay running to go. Still lots could happen.
And the gap between those three compared to the two chasing teams or three chasing teams behind is getting bigger and bigger. They now punch control 10. So we have to wait another like 1.5, 2 minutes until they are here at the arena passage. Switzerland and Finland together there. Both with the, let's see, Switzerland with the second team with the B option. Finland, they have the B option as well, so both of them at the right control. It seemed as if Teini is heading towards C, but she's just leaving the control there. That's, I mean, she's perfectly on height, so that's not a problem. Denisa Kosova. You can see it's steep here.
It's so tough. Let's have a look at the GPS. We're live with the leaders on the second leg.
It seems as if she's hesitating into the control there. Sara Hagström, this gap is not as big as it was before.
I don't know, but when you go uphill, you're going slower. They get closer together. It still might be the 32 seconds.
Maybe
it's a 1 minute tail, so I don't know. Katherine Müller then, I think, here for Switzerland 2. We are on the lookout as well for Finland 1 and Norway 2, but she's continuing a great kind of autumn season. Katherine Müller done really, as you've already said, good in the Swiss Championships and in the World University Championships.
I mean, she lost some time compared to the 3 top teams here, but if you compare her to Marika Taney, who is a very, a world-class orienteer, that's a very good performance here. 3 minutes 19 behind. And Katherine Müller, she moved to Sweden, is now studying in Uppsala. Seems that she made a lot of progress just by visiting other kind of terrains. So very good development here in this fall season for her.
Yeah, one to watch out for maybe as the progression continues. And now climbing up here. Here we're back with the leader then, the Swedish team. Seeming to do all right without Tove Alexandersson, of course. So far anyway. As Joanna Obo just has punched the control on the pontoon, just doing the arena passage now. And there we can have a little look at the gap then. Or we would if we could see Sarah Hagström.
But you can also see that both of them are pushing quite hard in the uphill here. Compared to the first leg, we have seen many of the runners then have to walk. Now Sabine Hauswirth has to take a few steps there as well when it gets a little bit steeper. I think we'll soon get Sarah Hagström back into the picture here.
Yeah, we've got our look at the control. And again, like we're kind of talking about Lisa Risby, she's very, very quick back into her running paces again.
Mm. Can just see the headband of Sabine Hauswirth going up and down there behind the hill. She is. Right, still about half a minute here, but the gap compared to Rio Lausanne is to grow a little bit, maybe. It's about the same.
Andrine Benjaminsen on the third leg for that team from Norway.
Sanna Fast for Sweden, that's interesting. I don't think she has been running in the first team before for a Swedish relay. I mean, it's very hard to get into the first team in Sweden in the women's relay. Gets the best possible position, most likely here. Also very strong runner physically, Sanna Fast, so we'll just have to see how she will handle the terrain as well.
But Sarah Hagström dropping down, not going on the big track for her.
And I mean, it will be interesting. Sanna Fast will be chased by Andrine Benjaminsen and Simona Ebersol, and I think, I mean, those two together, it's a strong combination.
They really are. We can tell by looking at the GPS tracking that Hauswirth and Olausen are going on the track. You just saw them there. But straight and direct here then for Sarah Hagström. She may well nearly be able to see this control, maybe as she approaches here. Not too many problems at all, and she has done exactly what she needed to do, keep in that lead and try and get a little bit of a gap. She's managed to get something of a gap, but when the visibility is this good, especially in some of these open areas, the gap maybe doesn't mean quite as much as some of the others. This is this chasing group of 3 then. So we have our lead group, kind of Sweden 1, Switzerland 1, Norway 1, and then this is the chasing group. Finland 1, Switzerland 2, and Norway 2. Hauswirth then here chasing down Sarah Hagström. She'll want to try and keep the gap as little as possible when she hands over to Abersold, but Sarah Hagström is just in the arena right now, about to hand over to Sanna Fast. Here's Sanna Fast, who's cheering on Sarah Hagström. What a fantastic run for her. And we will take a look at the time gap and what Sanne Fast has to do then. So there's the exchange, there's the handover, and Sanne Fast unfurls her map and gets ready to go out into the terrain.
Interesting fact that we could see that all the Swedish runners are passing a few words to the next runner with instructions. We had that from the first to the second leg, and now from the second to the third leg. And seen that with other teams. Okay, here we have it the same.
Yeah. And look at the time, 15 seconds and 26 seconds. So that gap has actually kind of contracted again. So only the 15 seconds behind between 1 and 2.
Difference is only at the 4 kings from the first control. I think even if you have it perfectly, then it's it will differ about 10 to 15 seconds. So I think we will. My guess is that they are grouping together again.
They're talking about the 8th control and that route choice on the long leg, and I think Maria Larsson saying she dropped really, really low and had to come back up again, and you know, she was right in front and right up there. So after the exchange, it's the top 3 runners stay the same after the exchange from leg 1 and leg 2. You
can see a Czech runner heading to the arena passage the wrong way, almost all the way to the finish. Hope the time didn't stop there for her. We can see it here from our position, of course, not in the picture.
So that chasing group, let's have a look. Katherine Müller then here, dropping down the slope, going fairly direct to control number 14. Trying to keep good control. And then back up this re-entrant again towards control number 14. Fairly flat though from here. She's done the most of the climb.
The gap before was about 3 minutes and 19 seconds compared to Katherine Müller. Maybe a bit more, but still a very good run here for her. Now she has some struggle with her, how she has the map there.
She just seems to be changing it between her hands quite a lot.
She don't see Marika Taney there. Maybe she was running around on the path. Punching there at least. Very good performance to keep Marika Taney behind her. This is Johanna Öberg for the second Swedish team.
Yeah, it looks like she's maybe caught up a little bit of time, because there is Norway and Finland. So Marika Taney there in the middle runner in your picture. And Johanna Öberg has caught up, I think, on this kind of chasing group of now 4, I guess. So Katherine Müller working hard here for the exchange. She's going to hand over to Serena Kiberts. Katherine Müller was actually second on the long distance in the Swiss Championships. Really good results for her. Very, very happy to hand over in that 4th position. She's done such a fantastic job on this second leg. And we have Norway, Victoria Hesa Bjørnstad handing over to Anna Dyrkorn, who was part of has been often part of the Norwegian sprint relay team.
Kit,
wow.
That looks cold there. And look at this now. Look at Norway. She was getting to the B control. She has to go all the way back to the C control. This is a big time loss for Andrine Benjaminsen. Switzerland and Sweden, they approach their controls in a good way here. Switzerland at the A option. Sweden, I think they had the A option as well. No, let me see. It was the B option.
Let's have a look to see who we can see first through at this control number 3. It should be Sanne Fast. Let's watch out for her. Here she comes. No problems at all through this section. and she's managed to keep. She's really looking behind her. Now she's found it. I thought she was looking behind her for another runner, but no, she's looking for the control.
You could see that she didn't really know she was too low or too high, so she was looking up the hill there. Very careful here with the direction out from the control. I think that's good. It's fair to be a bit of a control freak here, but here she is already. Simona Aebersold very close now.
Really nice and smooth through that control as well.
And Norway lost a lot of time. My guess is that it's at least 1.5 minutes.
How much pressure and expectation is there on these Swiss teams, especially running on home soil? You know, will they be looking to see if Simona Aebersold can be the hero and take the victory, take a second Swiss victory here on home soil?
I mean, of course there is some pressure, but I think it's mostly coming from inside the team. They want to perform very well. They know that this kind of terrain, it's a kind of terrain that suits them well, or that they know from before. They know the mapper, they know the mapping style. It's nothing that's kind of unsure, and I think that builds up a bit of pressure. But I think it's mostly from inside the team. Of course, they want to perform well on home soil. You can see there now Norway had control C, getting down now. Andrine Benjaminsen. As we said, it's a big time loss.
Is it big enough for any of the other teams to challenge the bronze medal position? And not at this point.
Not yet. But if she, I mean, maybe she gets a bit insecure. She gets a bit nervous here. She doesn't know how big the gap is towards the team behind.
Here she is.
So maybe if she misses another control, then that could open up. But so far, I think she's still safe on this third position.
Yeah, Andrine Benjaminsen, another little look around her. You can see the gap now, 1 minute 58. So losing a minute and a half, they're not making that mistake. Let's have another closer look at what happened.
I don't know if she followed one of the other runners. It would have been interesting to have them in the picture as well, towards control A or B. But I mean, she was all the way at control B there. When you leave that path just after the start, you have to be very sure where you go and which direction you go. I mean, it's a short one, and she went far too. I mean, she overshot the control with almost 100 meters. That's a big mistake.
So they've now caught up. Simona Aebersold's caught up. Sanne Fast, but are they going to the same forking or are they going to different forkings?
They are going to different forkings. Simona Aebersold is going to the C1.
Yeah, which he's got already.
Yeah, and Sanne Fast is going to the A1. So
okay, that's pretty good then.
Simona Aebersold, that's the one most up the hill, and the one for Sweden is the one in the middle, so not the lowest one of the three options.
And then 6A is quite high up the hill, so maybe pretty good overall.
I think
it's
overall,
very, very close.
A and C are quite good options to have here. I think B is a little bit slower because you have to go all the way down and then you have to go furthest away to control 6.
But Simona Aebersold looking really good. She was, remember, really emotional when she won that European title. It's something she's been dreaming about for many, many years, and she managed to, you know, finally get that win in Estonia, and it meant an awful lot to her. Here's Caroline Olsen.
Together with Sarina Kiburts, and you can see the gap to the bronze position is about 2 minutes.
And they've dropped Finland. I don't know where Ida Haapala is yet.
She's quite far behind there. She must have done a mistake.
Yeah, she must have done a mistake. Okay, here back with the leaders again. As they're in this slope, Sanne Fast looking for the A control and then heading her way up this hill as well. I think she's already punched that control. And now this is the start of the climb. It's a long climb. It takes a long time in the course.
It will be interesting. I think there's a chance that they come together, Switzerland and Sweden. We'll see if we can spot Aebersold somewhere in the picture soon.
Yeah, Abersold should be somewhere to the left.
There
she is.
Yeah.
Good spot. And
then it will be very interesting to see after Control 7 if they will split up there on the route, because now we know that the one Sabine Hauswirth was running was quite a good option. So if they will go up straight into this hill, or if they stay a little bit longer on the street there, my guess is that they will head up straight away. But let's see. Especially is my guess that they will stick together.
yeah, I don't think they'll want to take too much of a risk at this point. They'll want to wait till maybe later on in the course. Maybe they'll be kind of looking around, or not looking around, but getting a sense at this point of how well the other person is doing. And actually, they both are trying to make these decisions
kind of
here.
Playing a game now. Who's waiting longer? Who is going for which option? It seemed that
Sander Fast goes a lot further to the west. Yeah. Well, interesting.
She has to climb anyway from that. If she's not, she can go to this small track there, but then that would mean that she will stay down there, go around more house with option, and I think that might be the case that they split up here. Let's see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens as the route progresses.
They're both
going up.
Yeah.
We've got a little view of the GPS tracking as they make their way up. And again, they'll be wanting to push each other. They'll use that motivation of knowing that there's somebody near them to kind of keep going up this hill, although I'm sure the later parts of the course and what is going to be kind of on their mind now. But look, you can see for Sander Fast dropping a little bit down.
You can see must be a mistake from Katherine Olsson. You can also see Finland there getting into the picture, so she lost a lot of time.
But this is our runner in bronze medal position right now, Andrina Benjaminsen, working hard up this slope. It looked like she maybe had the B control, so it was a bit slower, but making good progress up this hill. Going to maybe tick off some of these stones, some of these boulders on her way up to the control itself. They're not the biggest boulders in the world, but they are reasonably easy to spot.
I think it's fair to say that they're not the biggest boulders in the world.
And this control, just very hidden in a dip, in a depression.
And following the two leading teams on their route, I think they stay down on the street here, not heading up into the slope. We see it here.
Let's have a look.
So
this is the Hauswirth route so far, but we'll see.
Maybe they go.
They can go on the pink one.
Yeah, but I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I mean, there's still an option that they go on the men's route here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, to head up the Orienteering here. Yeah. And maybe that's where we'll see them split up. Who knows? It looks, if that GPS tracking can be believed, it looks like Abersold is in the lead, not by very much, but maybe she will kind of make those decisions.
Yeah, no, hard to say.
It's really hard to say, just from looking at the tracking, what is happening. So let's have a wait here to see if we can see the second Swiss team.
Sarina Kiburz. There
here
she is. Yeah. And I think she is all alone, because we saw before that Caroline Olsson was doing a mistake at control. Was it 3 or 4?
4, I think, yeah. And so she's been dropped. And we saw maybe a mistake from Finland as well. So they've kind of gone back.
I can tell you that if we look at the GPS, they're going all the way around on this pink option that we haven't seen today. We will see that later in the picture, but here is Sarina Kiburz on the way to Control 7. So Kiburz went from 5th position at the changeover to 4th position.
And spare a thought for our running camera ops today. It's it's a lot of climbing for them, a lot of climbing for our runners, but even more for them, especially if they've been posted on this this slope here. It's very tough. But the gap, so 4 minutes 15 seconds behind the leaders, 2 minutes 15 behind the bronze medal position.
I actually think that she stayed on the 4th position, because in our system here we have Jana Petrova from Czech Republic on the 4th, but I think that was the girl I mentioned before that had it the wrong way on the arena passage, and maybe she kind of got to the finish already.
Okay, let's have a look at this route choice then. Control 8, and Switzerland and Sweden staying underneath that pink line. Will they hug underneath, pick up the track underneath the crag, or will they go a bit more straight on? Norway also going on the slope.
It's so interesting that we see for the first time like 3 runners go on this pink one, and we haven't seen anyone before who has done that. But they're not exactly going the pink one, because they stay above the cliffs, and I think that's a good option, because that would have also been for me the biggest concern. How is the runnability just below the cliffs there? Here we are with Caroline Olsson, and we know that she was together with Sarina Kiburt, so she lost time. Here you can see it. They are not following this pink option. And they
maybe
are
cut up towards the red here.
But you get to that track there anyway, so there's no need to stay below those cliffs there, and I think that's a very good option. You kind of avoid the slope running, you avoid the risk of the runnability just below there.
They kind of turn left, head west, and I maybe would think they would go kind of north from here and try and get to that open bit.
You never know if there's kind of the runnability problem there, if it's just better to run there. Here it's interesting. You can see that it's kind of the game going on. Who is deciding first? You got the feeling that Sanna Fast maybe had decided to go to this small track that would have been okay actually if you go on the pink option, just to the left of the control or to the west of the control. But then she kind of, I mean, if you look here, yeah, now we have the time there on it, but there is a small track just above the number 7, and you could pick that one as the pink one option here is highlighted, and you would avoid 25 meters of climbing. So if she would have been running out there, that would actually have been a very good option.
Yeah, it actually would. So
now you can see
let's look at Norway here.
It seems that Abersol is stronger in this part now. Sweden getting a bit more to the west, and as you mentioned, Norway staying below the cliffs. I mean, that's the route that's maybe the course planner has decided for this graphic here, so it definitely isn't very bad, but I would have chosen to go where Abersol is going if I would have been on the purple, on the pink option.
Of course, we're used to having races in places like the Czech Republic where it's actually really good to go underneath the crags and stuff. We know there were lots of animal tracks on the bottom, and it was a good idea. So maybe there's still some of that left in the brain that's saying that might be a good option.
And I mean, you have only on the second part there where she's very soon, you have these black dots that show you that there are stones there, so it seems good on the map, but sometimes it's don't trust the map too much. go after your experience.
Yeah, exactly. So here is control number 9 in the foreground, and control number 8 is in the bottom. So and then here we can see the first runners. Here she is. This is Simona Abersold. Let's have a look then at the gap. It looks from the GPS tracking like she's managed to make a gap on Andrina Benny Minson, but on Sanna Fast.
There she is.
Here she is.
Yeah, it's about 20 seconds maybe, and you can see the difference here. Sanna Fast has to walk up there, reading the map very carefully, and only in this section here, I think she lost about 3 or 4 more seconds. You can see, Simona Abersold looks really strong.
She's so strong
running all the way here towards control 9. And you can see that Sanna Fast has to walk every now and then, staying very long there at the control. I mean, it's not slow, but if you just compare those two runners, you can see a clear difference. and I think it's mostly due to the physical ability of those two runners.
Well,
and then you keep in mind that Sanna Fast is a really strong runner.
Yeah. And you bear in mind that Abersold is the only one to have run up this. Well, okay, so she starts walking now, but she's by
It's
run
the
the
Commentators'
most.
curse.
It is. Sorry, Simona. No, she definitely ran by far the furthest up this slope, and that kind of shows you what shape she's in, I think. And maybe
but
she's already
the
planned
thing
ahead
is,
for this
I mean,
next bit.
sometimes it's just meaningless to run. There is some kind of... If it's deep enough, you're not faster running, but you're burning energy. So use the time to read the map. We have seen that very clearly when Sarah Hagström was coming up the hill, that she used those last meters here to read the map, to check the direction she will head out from or head to. So sometimes it's better, but you can see that she just had it. And maybe it's also to show Sanna Fast that I'm there. I'm able to run. Are you?
Yes, exactly. The gap, though, 35, 36 seconds, something like that. Norway's Andrina Benny-Minsen is on her way up as well. You can have a look further back. Switzerland 2, Sweden 2 getting stuck, maybe going a little bit higher than the track, which is underneath the blue line, just going into that out of bounds bit. And Finland 1, Ida Happala is on the pink line as well, but all of those runners, I think now the gap is too much for a medal position unless somebody disqualifies. Wow, so Sanna Fast climbing up here. Up towards the forked controls here.
The gap is growing clearly here, and you can see that Simona Abersold is running again up the hill there.
Yeah, she is too good here.
She really makes a difference here. Just on this section we have covered with the cameras, it's so obvious how she can win like time just every second or third meter. So just with this small difference in when she can start to run a little bit earlier, and yeah, that sums up.
Yeah, sums up her performance. And the orienteering's been incredibly solid, but now she's just making the gap on the others and on Sweden in particular. So here is Andrina Benny-Minsen for Norway, still in bronze medal position. The gap now 2:21.
Don't have Sanna Fast in this graphic here. If we look at the GPS here, from the route choice, from the long route, we see that Karin Olsson seems to be stuck there in this section, in this out-of-bounds section where we have seen many runners run into. And here we have Simona Abersold towards the arena passage, and this looks very good for the Swiss team. And it's only a short last loop, and we haven't seen any problems there, so...
No, I'd be very surprised to see this going any other way than another Swiss victory. And Simona Abersold's going to get some feedback, I reckon, as she makes her way through the arena passage. She will maybe get some information about what the gap has managed to be, although I'm sure she'll have a really good, strong feeling about that anyway. You know, it's so open, she'll kind of have looked and could tell from that long leg the gap that she was able to make. She's reading her map very carefully here. She's going to head to the last control for the other one. She does, but she comes down here just taking maybe a look at what the nature of the arena passage is going to be. But very strong running here for Simona Abersold. And unlike Joey Haddon, she's not looking around. She's got that confidence there that comes from being one of the best orienteers in the world and being a new world champion as well. No problems at all for Simona Aebersold. And she, in this point, is well clear of the others. I can see Sanne fast approaching. Here she is. And let's have a look now at what the gap is. I think it's grown a little bit more for Sanne fast. After Sweden being in the lead, all of the rest of the relay, she has dropped one place into second position. It's still silver medal position though. And
I mean, it's still a good race. She dropped from 36 seconds to 48, 12 seconds. But you know that the 12 seconds, it's only running. She was a bit unprepared for this arena passage. But she hasn't been in troubles at any point of the race. She has good control over the situation. It would be kind of surprising if she would lose it here, the second position on the last loop. And if she keeps that, she has done her job perfectly well, because she is facing one of the strongest runners at the moment. And as we said before, she has not that much experience in running first team for Sweden. So this is a very good race by Sanne Fast.
yeah, it really is. And of course, I mean, we're going to go back to again, no Tove Alexandersen today.
Yeah, no Tove Alexandersen and no Lina Strand. So we had two major changes in the first Swedish team. But if you look at this Swedish team, women's team, I mean, it's
The
so
depth
good.
is so good.
Yeah, it's so good. And of course, I mean, now you have the situation that if you go out together with someone else, okay, they might go the line, because that's maybe the second best orienteer at the moment. And the two of them, Tove and Simona, they're kind of...
They're a bit of a class apart, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, on a good day, other runners, they can challenge them, but if you take the average performance of all the runners, they are better than the rest.
They really are. Let's catch up again with the leaders on this last loop. We've just, of course, seen Andrina Benjaminsen go through the arena passage, and we remember this bit of steep climbing. It kind of brings the dots a bit closer together again, but it looks like there's not too many problems, I think, there for Simona Aebersold in the lead. She drops down again, maybe to pick up one of these tracks, heading over to the boulder for 13.
And I mean, this control isn't too difficult, as you mentioned. You go back down on this track and then you follow it. And we have seen pictures from this part, so you can see the boulders there. So this shouldn't be a problem. Of course, if you're very tired, we have seen mistakes in the men's race. Anthony Johansson having wrong direction, but she is in control over the situation. She's in the lead. She can take that extra second to avoid mistakes like this. So it's not the part of the race where we expect the big mistakes. We have her in the picture punching that control. Really attacking that control.
Yeah, in the literal sense of the word, absolutely. Oh, no, I was getting the GPS dot confused with the pond. And I thought she'd gone out of the circle, but it was fine. There is no drama in this.
And we can also see there is no threat for Andrina Benjaminsen either in the clear third position. Actually, she is only... she is a bit more than a minute behind Sweden, but apart from this first control, she does quite a good race here, Andrina Benjaminsen. I mean, she did a very big mistake just to this first control and the first forking, but apart from that, a good performance.
Yeah, we've still not had anybody else through this arena passage at all, so yeah, these three well clear.
But we had punches at the control. Is it 8 after the long leg. There we had Sarina Kiburz in 4th position, Ida Happala into 5th position. They are only 3 seconds apart. And then Caroline Olsson into 6th position, 8:37 behind the leader, so about half a minute behind Kiburz and Happala. So those the other teams that have been at this Control 8.
There's this familiar view of Control 14 then, and we can watch on our picture to see Abosold make her way into this control.
There she is.
Yeah, you can really see the clear distinction between the different types of open here. Useful to use as navigating, I think. And then she needs to not drop too low and then fairly easily come up into this little marsh that the control is on.
Here we have Sanna Fast.
Yep, so you're in the back of shot. You know, she's losing some seconds on the running across these alpine slopes. And here is Abosold. She hasn't quite clocked where the control is, though. Oh. Is there a mistake? No, she's seen it.
But she has also, you see Sanna Fast in the background, also struggling.
Yeah, standing still, just dropping a bit too low here in the slope.
And I mean, she's a bit off direction. I think that she's in trouble there, Sanna Fast. And now she sees...
She's right. There's some trees there. There's some track there. I'm well known. Well, there's one in the picture there. It's just a very small one, okay?
I get the feeling that she is a bit in trouble here. She's not control over the situation.
No.
And I mean, if you lost control here, if you look around, there's not much.
But she can maybe see the TV camera.
But now it's getting interesting because we have okay, Benjaminsen is about 1.5 minutes behind, so it shouldn't be a problem. A little bit depending on.
Has she spotted it?
Maybe
no, I thought she had. She spotted it now.
She should see it now.
She's got it.
It's just in time, because soon we will have Benjamins in the picture. She's safe on this 2nd position, I guess.
I think she's pretty safe. But it makes our leader even safer. There we go. And can we see Benjaminsen yet in the back of pit ground?
Not yet.
Not yet. Here's our leader, though. Here's Simona Abosold. She's cut down from the track and heading on a fairly straight line now to control number 15. And she has been the hero of this Swiss team, making it look incredibly easy. And of course, she wants to do well in both the individual races too. She wants to get more victories on this World Cup circuit and see if she can challenge the likes of Tove Alexanderson as well. As part of that, she's on home soil, she's on familiar terrain, and if anyone can do it, she can. We could just see Caroline Olsson through the arena passage. It also has Katarina Kiburz. No sign of Ida Happala, though, so we'll wait for that. Here's Benjaminsen, also having trouble. This is exactly where we saw where we saw Sanna Fast. And pretty much doing exactly the same thing. She dropped too low and now looking around.
She has a lot of time to spend there until the next runner is coming. But I'm surprised that they struggle with this control, because you have tracks there, you have this quite visible open yellow part there, so that shouldn't be a problem. But here we have the winners.
And arms aloft, they can have a chilled and easy run in. No sprint finishes here, because the team of Eleanor Ross, Sabine Hauswirth and Simona Abosold have destroyed the opposition. They have done a fantastic job here, and all three of them can run in together and enjoy the Swiss crowd that have been able to line the run in and brave the rain and the cold conditions to support them. And here they go, all three of them across the line together to take the win in this relay on home soil. 2 wins then for Switzerland today, and they've got this World Cup final off to the best possible start. Though second place, still in this second place, it is Sanne Fast. She was with the team, Lisa Risby and Sarah Hagström. Let's have a look here at the Norwegian.
Still
at
not
Benny
there.
Minsen. Has she found it? Yes.
Now she has
It's
it. But
even maybe a bigger mistake than...
Yeah, but she would have another like 4 minutes to spend there in order to lose that bronze position. So no problem here. Now we also had a few other runners at the arena passage.
Here is Sanne Fast, though. This is the Swedish team in to take the silver medal. They had been leading after the first and second legs. Lisa Risby, Sarah Hagström, and a very tired-looking Sanne Fast is able to join them for crossing the line and taking second place. Only 1 minute behind in the end.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about a very good race at the arena passage. Now she did a small mistake at control 14. But I mean, my feeling is that she would not have had the chance to challenge Abersold anyway. So I think she can. I mean, in the end, she only loses 1 minute, and that's a very good performance by Sanne Fast on this. And this last leg for Sweden. Also, when you think about it, it's kind of the first time she's running for the first team. So, strong performance.
Really strong. And you know, those. If what we see from these top 3 teams, they were in the top 3 pretty much the whole way round.
Yeah, but look at the teams, at the names here of these teams. It's not a big surprise that that you have them there, and especially when it's such a physical, tough course like this, then it often gets more obvious that the stronger names also have stronger performances compared to the others, because you can't, as a runner who is a little bit slower, you can't just follow because you just don't have the physical ability.
So Andrina Benjaminsen, there was a mistake from her at control number 1. There was a possibility, could she be in the shout for maybe a little bit closer towards the leaders, and obviously a mistake at control number 14 as well. But another solid performance from Andrina Benjaminsen on yet another type of terrain, and she's so strong in specifically in the forest. I mean, she is an all-rounder as well, but I think for me her real strength is in this tough terrain and the forest on the open terrain. And I think again more to come from her individually over the next couple of days. I think she'll be a little bit annoyed with the mistakes that she made today, but ultimately it's a bronze medal for the team from Norway: Tone Bergerlia, Maria Olausen, and Andrina Benjaminsen. Mistakes from the second and third leg runners, but it's still, you know, such is the quality in the team throughout that they're going to be in that third place.
And as you said, I mean, it would have been, she would have had the chance to be in the fight for maybe the gold or the silver today if she would not have missed that first control. But in the end, she did quite a good performance. You see it here, this first one. And for me, it's kind of, I don't really understand why she's overshooting that first control so much, because you have the path there where you can take direction. You have the curve of the path where you can, you have a clear attack point, and then you shouldn't overshoot the control so much. And you can see that she is about 2 minutes behind here already, and in the finish it's 3 minutes. So it's from there, it was a good performance by her.
And here's where Abersold was basically able to catch up to Sweden and to Fast.
And it's the route choice here. We have seen all 3 of them going to this pink option. Small difference in execution here from this part where Benjaminsen stays below the cliffs here. I think it was quite a good option. Wasn't any bigger differences here. And at that point, the difference was about 1.5 minutes. And from here you could get the feeling that, okay, now Abersold is just a little bit the stronger runner today, and she was opening that gap. And then we have this 14th control where all of them struggles with a little bit. Abersold maybe with the smallest mistake. She had a small turn there at control 13 already. Then
another mistake from Norway.
Yeah.
13, which we didn't see.
Yeah, that's why, because I expected her to be closer at 14 when Sandefjord did the mistake. And then you can see Sandefjord going all the way around. Quite typical after a mistake. They do that, but of course it didn't really matter here for the medals. And I think there we have to wait a few more minutes for the next teams to come. So I think maybe we'll get the flower ceremony here in between.
Yeah, I think we will actually. They look like they're already getting prepared here, ready for this flower ceremony. As we know, there weren't any disqualifications for anybody going out of bounds, especially on that first leg. But we know, of course, there may well be complaints and protests later. I think it'll be hard to kind of do anything with those, to be honest. But we will award the third place then to the team from Norway, Tone Bergwood Lear, Maria Olausen and Andrina Benjaminsen. And all of these three teams just having enough depth, not too many mistakes. The team from Sweden, Lisa Risby, I mean, that uphill leg from her was really, really great, not falling into the same trap that the others did after her mistakes to the first control. So managing to catch up back up into that leading group. Sarah Hagström, fantastic run from her to kind of extend that lead. And then Sanna Fast as well, just keeping it together. And there was not much really, I don't think she could do when you compare to Simona Abersold. And this team from Switzerland, again, just really consistent performances, I think, from all of them, always kind of within touching distance of the lead, and that's really what you want to see.
Today, the difference compared to other relays were that all teams have done mistakes. So every of the teams would have had the chance to get away at one point. Earlier relays, we had there was one mistake, and then Team Sweden was away, never the other teams never really got into the fight again. But today, they did a mistake there at the first leg, on the long leg, but then on the second leg, someone else did a mistake and they were back again. And it kept on going like this. So it wasn't really the same story as we had in many other relays today.
Yeah, that's really true. I think it shows the tough technicality of some of these races, the visibility maybe lower than expected, and a few... the difficulty of running at altitude as well. So I think let's hear from the winners.
Congratulations to you three. I start with Elena Rose. You were on the first leg. What was your tactic out there?
Yeah, I heard that the start will be tricky, downhill. And in the mass start with many persons, it's important to have the control, to take my own controls, and actually I started really well. And I did a small mistake, the last forkings down in the slope, but still I had everything under control, and that was the key today, to have the control all the time.
Sabine Hausritt on the second leg, how was your race?
Yeah, it was nice to go out in the front, or almost in the front, as second, third. And I had some problems in the beginning, the first 3-4 controls, but then I was into the race, and I think I did a good route choice to the number 8, and could catch up a lot of time. And then I was together with Sarah and Mario Lausen, and it was nice to have a battle together, and of course giving to Simona on the second spot.
Simona Abersold, what was your key of success on the last leg?
Yeah, it was really cool to go out in second position and seeing Sanna in front of me, my clubmate. So that was a really special situation, and I knew that it was really tricky in the beginning. So I took my time and was a bit too high to the first control, but then I got into some kind of flow, and just stay with Sanna and kept some patience and was ready to attack in the climb up to the spectator control. So the last loop was quite bad actually, and I thought that Sanna could come anytime because I made 2 mistakes, but it was enough finally, and I'm really happy that it worked out so well.
Thank you, and congratulations to you three.
Thank you. Merci.
Well, she made mistakes, but only really tiny ones, though.
And the
But
other ones
I think
did
that's quite a
mistakes,
good
right?
reflection of those different performances, I think, from all 3 runners there.
But I was a bit surprised to hear Eleanor Rose say that she heard that it's going to be difficult in the beginning because.
Well, she heard that it was going to be downhill in the beginning.
Yeah, did she hear that from? She was running the first.
Yeah.
But I don't know, maybe from the speaker or anything. But interesting to hear, yeah, of course. And the last loop wasn't perfect, but the mistakes, they weren't that big. It was maybe 10 seconds at that first control there, and then it was maybe another 10-15 at this small marsh, but the other ones, they missed it as well. And in the meanwhile, we got other teams to the finish as well. We see it here, the second Swedish team, Katherine Olsson, and also the second Swiss team with Sarina Kiburts finishing into 4th and 5th position.
And we've just had Teresa Janashikova in for 6th for the Czech Republic and Ida Happala into 7th. So Janashikova, a good run from her then, I think, to catch up a little bit of time there for the very, very end. And Anna Dukkorn has just come in for the second Norwegian team as well. Quite a few people finishing that. So it's been a tough day in the mountains, at a high altitude here for all of these teams, in the cold and in the wet weather as well, and having to deal with all sorts of these tricky slopes. The fun does not stop though. We are back again tomorrow for the middle distance before the long distance race then on Monday. It's a very, very short turnaround time, short opportunity to recover for some of these athletes, especially if they were running later on in the day. So we will be back then on the slopes tomorrow for that middle distance, as the runners will be chasing for the overall World Cup title. They'll want some world ranking points as well, of course, and we will bring you all of the action there from that tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.